Blink and you'll miss it. This year's Speed Chess season kicks off with the annual Bullet Chess Championship. 16 of the world's fastest players are fighting it out for $100,000 in the most exciting time control in chess.
Oh my goodness!
For Hikaru Nakamura, his 5th Bullet Chess Championship title feels almost inevitable.
This guy's just a beast.
For Firouzja, he's trying to recreate his flow from 2021.
This is the champion.
But in order to win, one must go through a gauntlet of the best players in the world. Get ready for time scrambles and death slams, brilliancies and blunders. Lock in, the Bullet Chess Championship fires off right now.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Bullet Chess Championship 2024. This is day 4. It's also the final day. I'm Grandmaster Ramon Hamilton, joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. We have a show in store for the people today. Bach, how excited are you?
I could not be more excited to be here today with you, Aman. I mean, we've had 3 days of thrilling bullet action, but Aman, today it will all be decided. It's the creme de la creme. We're going to see the best players in action.
Yeah, we obviously know that Hikaru Nakamura is just the guy sitting on top of this tournament, waiting in that winner's bracket, but there's a lot of talent that will be gunning for him as we take a look at the bracket as it stands right now. You can see on the top of your screen there, Hikaru Nakamura, he's in the grand final, which means he hasn't lost a match in this double elimination format, Bach. But on the bottom, that's where we are today. Losers semifinal, Alireza Firouzja against Sam Sevian.
Yeah, that's what we will start off with, and it's actually a rematch of round number 2 of the winner's bracket, where Sam Sevian managed to defeat Alireza quite convincingly. Now, I think Alireza got tilted early on in this match, so I'm curious to see what he will do to try to take his revenge this time around.
Exactly. I mean, rematches are going to be, honestly, everything we're going to see today if Sam Sevian goes through, because he's played a lot of these players before. His score against Alireza was phenomenal the first time, but you mentioned the tilt kind of set in, and at the time, both of those guys had another life in this double elimination tournament. But Buck, the loser is going to go home now, so obviously the stakes are much higher.
Yeah, no, for sure. Maybe, as you mentioned, as they were in the winner's bracket, Alireza was like, okay, I lost a few games. Maybe he didn't care as much, as weird as that sounds. But I had a quick look at their previous matchup. They actually started off even after 5 games. But then Sevian won like 5 games in a row. But Aman, we have their statistics here on screen. What stands out to you the most?
Honestly, these two players are so evenly matched that it was so surprising that the scoreline wasn't. The first time they played, Sam just had that crazy gap, one of the biggest margins in this entire event. But I think everybody, including Sam, could look at that and be like, no, that's not how good Alireza Firouzja can play. He expects a much stronger version of him. What stood out to me, Bach, that I just can't even believe it. 1 in every 4 moves is a pre-move from Sam Sevian. How does he manage to make that work?
I don't know. Yeah, he pre-moves a lot. One thing also that stands out to me, Aman, and that's actually what we saw yesterday, is that by move 20, Alireza is not ahead on the clock. He's actually very often behind on the clock. That was very much the case against Nihal yesterday. He's going to have to speed up a little bit against Sam. Sam, he is very strong both in the time scrambles and throughout the game. So, do you think Alireza will try to play faster this time around?
I think he's going to have to. I mean, Alireza Firouzja is a guy that we can talk about because we know how good he can play. He just has this one blemish, and it's that match against Sam. So it's kind of like, hey, if he's going to go and win this tournament again, he's a previous Bullet Chess Champion winner. So, if he's going to do it again, he just has to overcome that one blemish on his record, which is the match against Sam. We know how strong he can play, Bob.
Yeah, and Alireza Firouzja definitely one of the heavyweights in the tournament, and I feel like he is one of the players that on a good day, and with a little bit of luck, he can beat Hikaru. He did it in 2021. Yep. Also, he's the 2024 Chess.com Classic champion. I believe in that tournament, Aman, he lost in the very first round, but he came back all the way in the loser's bracket. And at a very young age of 20 years old, this is already his 6th BCC appearance.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now that you say that out loud, it's like, wait a minute, 6 times, and he's only 20 years old. I mean, he was competing when he was 14, 15. That's incredible. We go back, Bach, to Alireza Firouzja, and it's like we can't talk about him enough. But you mentioned that he's the guy that could beat Hikaru Nakamura. I'm thinking back to his run when he did exactly that in 2021. He was the winner of that event. And back in the day, I'm getting old, Buck. Back in my day, they didn't have double elimination. So he beat Vladislav Artemiev. He did beat Hikaru Nakamura. That wasn't even the grand final. And he beat Tang to take the title. So he's having to work a lot harder in this event.
Yeah, if he wants to win this event, he's going to have to win 4 matches. He's going to have to beat Sevian. Then he's going to have to beat Danya. Then he has to beat Hikaru. And then he has to beat Hikaru again. So he's got a very tall task ahead of him. But yeah, I think this is going to be coin flip. Amana, it can really go either way, but Firouzja definitely has to avoid the tilt.
Yeah, you called it. The tilt's a really important factor in this match, but it's not just a match of Alireza Firouzja. We also have Sam Sevian. Let's talk about Sam. We discussed with him yesterday on the call. He's feeling excited for the match. He knows that he can win, but this is his Cinderella story. As it is right now in this 2024 Bullet Chess Championship. He barely qualified, right? Beating Denis Lazovic 5-4 in the play-in. He needed that result to qualify. Then he beat Jose Martinez not once but twice. He's beaten Alireza Firouzja before, and Danya, a super tough opponent. He did, I think he had a very good showing in that match, but ultimately lost. And Bach, this is where we stand. Right now, you can see Sam Sevian on the screen, but what do you make of Sam as a competitor here?
Yeah, I mean, Sam really is one of the dark horses in this event. I mean, I haven't seen him play a whole lot of Bullet before this, but he's really been impressive. Like you said, he made it all the way through the qualifiers. And yeah, beating Jose Martinez twice, crushing Firouzja, and then, putting up a good fight against Danya. I've been really impressed with him. And that's also what he's saying here in this quote. He said, I've always felt like I'm one of the best Bullet players. I just don't play that much nowadays.
Yeah, that was in the interview yesterday. I don't know how I got that great quote out of him, but it's it's a real confident thing to say about yourself. I mean, we see a lot of modesty in the chess community, but personally, I'm just happy to see someone calling it as it is. I don't think people rate Sevian as one of the top 5 names of all time in Bullet, but hey, this is the Bullet Chess Championship, and he's one of 4 remaining players, so he absolutely is one of the top talents. Bach, I'm thinking back to the match that he played against Firouzja as we get ever closer to the match right now, but since they have played, we can look back at some specific stats from that first match and draw a few conclusions. Obviously, it was very one-sided for Sevian, but when you think about how that score actually developed, I mean, do you read into the blunders and the accuracy? Is that the difference? Is that where 9 extra points comes from?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised as well, as we can see here. Apparently, Sevian had some more brilliancies, but he also had more blunders. I guess the score 13-4 might have also been due to a big part because of maybe the time management. I mean, yeah, we said it before. Firouzja is often behind on the clock, and I guess that's the only explanation why Sam crushed him with such a big score.
Exactly. I mean, looking ahead to the match right now, I'm just going to go out and say it. I don't think we're going to see something as one-sided as that first match from either player in either direction. But a reminder, Bach, because we are playing in the losers bracket right now, this is the losers semifinal, that the format is, again, that 30 minutes. We will get up to a 40-minute match in the grand final, but for now, in the losers bracket, we have 30 minutes of Bullet Chess, no increment, of course. A point for a win, half a point for a draw, and everyone has to win by 2, which has made for some very, very exciting matches. I wouldn't be complaining if we saw some overtime today.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's what happened yesterday in Sevian's match against Jose Martinez. That one went all the way to the wire, but he managed to clinch it. And yeah, among 30 minutes, it seems like quite a lot of time, but it can also go by very quickly. And once again, there's no room for tilt. I mean, if you lose a few games in a row, then all of a sudden it could just be over. So I'm very curious to see how Firouzja is going to deal with it this time around as we see him getting ready for the match.
Yeah, we actually, I thought that he looked a little I don't know, casual for yesterday's matches, but he's looking really locked in right now ahead of this one. And it begs the question, as always, do you think these players have played any chess or any bullet chess before the matches? Because I don't know. I don't know if Sam has had any time to do that.
Yeah, I think you do want to play a little bit of bullet chess to get warmed up, but not like right before the match. You don't want to tire yourself out. And let's remind everybody that Sam Sevian is currently playing a classical tournament in Armenia. He actually made a draw today against Erigaisi, and Aman was a little bit surprised that Erigaisi gave him that draw and didn't just make the game go very long.
Yeah, we're underway here in this bullet chess championship match in the losers semifinal, but yeah, thanks to Sam's opponent for just ensuring that he absolutely would be here. But the guys are off. Bach, game number one. Is it important to get off to a good start in this match for Firouzja specifically, you think?
I think so, yeah, because the last time the score was very one-sided, so definitely for his confidence, it will be nice to start off on the right foot, and I really like his position here with the two active bishops.
Yeah, the bishop pair does well. The rook on d7 is actually a surprisingly good piece, and I was going to say, I think we'll see knight d5, trading everything so far. I think that's what he wants.
Yeah, it just looks, I was going to say it looks more pleasant for Firouzja, but look at the clock, he's down 10 seconds.
I feel like we're going to be saying that a few times today. Firouzja is seemingly always down on the clock, and that's one of Sam's strengths. You saw the amount of pre-moves that he's able to weave into just one bullet game, coupled with the fact that Alireza is never up on time compared to his opponents after move 20. So that all goes together.
Yeah, he's down a lot of time here, down 15 seconds. He's doing well, like slightly better on the board. I mean, it should be approximately even, but the black king is slightly more exposed on the g7 square.
Yeah, it's all about time now. Rook b2 is a funny little move there.
Yeah, you trade, yeah.
So my advice in these positions is usually to play moves like rook h1, rook g1 pre-move. But we see white. There we go. Going for some pre-moves. That's how you do it.
Okay, I like what Sam is doing. He's advancing the pawns. He's winning a pawn here. If he can keep the edge on the clock and on the board, he should have a good chance to win. Oh, the rook was hung there. But 3 seconds is not enough time, right?
No, it really shouldn't be. But Alireza is definitely making up a lot.
Oh,
it's never going to be enough.
Yeah, Sam's going to wait for a while to take the pawn, and then, yeah, Firouzja. He just doesn't have any time. I mean, Aman, yeah, I'm a little surprised he, again, got so much behind on the clock.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a problem. Something that you would say, oh, we need to fix that. But I think we all understand there's no fixing something that's just a style. I mean, when I'm streaming, I'm low on time. People, oh, just play faster the next game. It's not that. It's not that simple. This is the way he plays bullet. And to be honest, he made up a lot of time at the end, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in the game, he was down, like, I think even 17 seconds. So it's really hard to make up that difference. In the meantime, I like his position here out of the opening. He's up a pawn, and I don't think Sam has enough.
Yeah, I was going to say knight takes c3 there, but there might have been a tricky, like, bishop f7 move. I don't know.
Yeah, queen g5, I like it. Setting up a lot of tactics towards the white king. Knight f4 is in the air, bishop h3. So, understandably, Sam trades off the knight, but this does not. Bishop h3.
Oh. Yep, bishop
c4. Oh, you just win the rook, or the exchange.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe he even, like, not take it and go to f3. That could be annoying.
Yeah, this looks crushing. Rook e2. Okay, you still have to finish it off, but I guess take on g2 and something. You know?
Yeah, don't play queen h4.
No. All right, take, bring a second rook over there, and now, I mean, he should win this game, but, you know, it's always easier said than done. You still have to finish it off.
Yeah, I think at this point, the king having the h7 square means you don't actually need to rush here, and he isn't. He's actually going to play it really slow, just like take everything. Pretty methodical.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't hold these. I mean, rook g2 check and then take an a2. It's just, or
f2 check.
Yeah, it's just, okay, I'm not impressed with his technique here. Sam is staying in this, yeah, not anymore. He's not staying in the game.
Well, he was staying in the game. 8 seconds, way more time than he needs to win this one convincingly.
Oh, but he still mates him! Oh no, that is tilting. That is tilting. Well, let's see how he's
Is
gonna
this
do
going to
this one.
start the tilt that we
Oh
saw in
no.
the first match? Oh my
We're gonna
goodness.
find out. But I saw Firouzja's look on his face, and he was not like slamming his desk, but there was definitely a very annoyed look.
Always have to be so careful. I mean, the best bullet players, yeah, they might resign at some point in the middle game if they hang their queen, but for the most part, they're going to play on and just test your technique, right? Tire you out, make sure you earn those points. Absolutely.
Yeah, and perhaps to his credit, Sam, he might have set up that still mating idea. He might have seen like, hey, if I put my king in the corner, Sam just hung a piece there in the meantime. But yeah, I think that still could have also been a hit to his credit.
Well, having played that last game, I don't think Sam's going to resign.
No, no, he's gonna play everything out. Yeah, no, I remember Danya way back in the day saying like never resign a bullet.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know, especially in a match like this early on. I think it makes sense to play on. Of course, if time's ticking and you need quick results, you're definitely going to think more about the match and maybe the clock. But no need to do that now.
Yeah, wait, that's just a full night. Yeah, okay. Well, now he resigns, and Firouzja evens up the score. I mean, that must feel good for him.
Yeah, I think it was such poor timing. Like if Sevian had one of his best games right there, and it was 2.5-half, he could have started that tilt train, get it rolling a little bit. But unfortunately, he hangs a piece, which is exactly what Firouzja needed to get right back in this match and just sort of forget about what happened.
Yeah, like that game, he was like, "Oh, that's the point I should have gotten in the last game. Everything is fine now." Whereas, like, yeah, as you pointed out, if he would have lost, things could have gone in a different direction. I feel like this one is looking pretty even, both on the board and on the clock.
It is, yeah. I'm not too sure who I'd prefer here, but Black definitely has more control of the center. And wow, Sam decides to just, go all in on the king side. But knight h5 to f4, and who's attacking who?
I feel like if anything, Firouzja should be able to attack Sam here. Knight f4. Where do you go with the king? To h2? Okay, maybe rook h8. Yep.
Yep.
This looks scary for Sam. The king is feeling airy there on the h2 square. I don't like it. Queen g3 runs into knight e2. Take on g2, take on h4.
Yeah, he might want... Yeah, I think he's just trying to give that up. Take on h1. The rook on g4 is pretty
I think you
awkward.
should trade if you're Sam.
Yeah. I wonder, is there rook f4?
Yeah, and that's also what Firouzja's calculating right here. He's way down on time again.
Okay, f4. And yeah, the clock is going to tell the story here. 10 seconds.
I'm a little bit surprised. When Firouzja played f4, that was a check. You would think that after f4, he makes a pre-move, but he didn't, and that cost him some time. Oh, there goes a big pawn.
Okay, the pre-moves can start to flow.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to ask you, do you think this is enough time for Firouzja?
I do. Rook e2, king c2, so you can kind of hide behind the pawns a little bit there.
Oh, but there went the a pawn. That's huge. 8 seconds for Sam. That's still a lot of time compared to 2.5. I don't believe it. I mean, 1 second for Firouzja. He should get flagged here. No, it's just too much.
Yeah.
Tough game. I mean, he was doing great on the board, but all of a sudden he was like 8 seconds behind, and he never made up that difference.
No, and here's the thing about that time situation is you always trust yourself. So Alireza, even with that low time, he's like, okay, this is winnable. But you have to remember, if the roles were reversed and Alireza was up 10 seconds against Sam, he would expect to win all of those games. Sometimes you just kind of forget that if you were in the other position, you would probably be like, okay, yeah, he's playing too slow. This is an easy win. And that's exactly how Sam feels.
Yeah, no, for sure. I like what Sam is doing here. I like his position on the board. Also, a slight lead on the clock. Looks really pleasant with more space.
It does. Knight c4, knight d4. Yeah, just going to bring every knight into the center. We're going to get the knight cube. There it is.
Yeah. Just wanted to point out, rook, bishop a5, a crafty little move hitting the rook, and he goes for a pawn sec here, but where's the compensation?
Yeah, I think I don't think he had many moves, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just more pleasant to play for white with the extra space also against... by the way, it's Firouzja... Wait, what am I saying? Firouzja having the lead here on the clock and on the board. So this is a good game for him to try to come back.
It is. Yeah, he's got the bishop pair as well. 2.5, 2.5. Definitely looking like the likely result, but maybe if the bishop on g2 trades for the knight, there could be some hope with opposite bishops like this. I don't know if that's the... Yeah, look how tricky this is now.
Yeah, queen e2, great move by Sam, keeping the queens on the board. I think Firouzja missed that, and as you called it now, it's a little bit annoying with that king and g1 feeling airy over there.
Yeah, h5.
Oh, this is unpleasant. Okay, rook c3, d4. Yeah, no, I think Sam might turn this one around. That might upset Firouzja.
Yeah, this does not... I mean, bishop d5 there looked crushing, but he's gone for a different approach.
Oh, we're in a time scramble. An extra second for Firouzja. There goes the pawn, though. Oh, there goes the bishop. Oh, he mouse slipped.
I can't tell. Just playing so fast, these guys. Queen g2 was caught. Oof. I think I'd rather be black here. It's so hard to play with that bishop.
Yeah, because you never know when black's going to push that pawn. And wow, Firouzja flags again.
Yeah. Yeah, having the bishop is not a good thing in that spot.
I think very clever by Sam that he just never queened the pawn, because then Firouzja always had to keep it in mind.
That's right. That's right. And when you have the bishop like that at the end, your pre-moves you have to think about, but your opponents, they never do, because they just stay on light squares, and it's very, very simple.
Yeah, that's why we see the players often going like bishop g1. You're like, why does he do that? I mean, he didn't queen the pawn, but he just wants to make sure that he does take the queen in case black pushes the pawn. But yeah, upsetting loss there for Firouzja, because he was doing great out of the opening. Extra pawn, a little bit up on time, but Sam managed to turn it around anyway, and he's also doing well here.
Yeah, he kind of fell for that bait of playing bishop takes knight, and when you liked his position, it was because of the two bishops and everything. So yeah, he unfortunately kind of gave away his very nice position. But in this one, he stole a pawn on b2 when Sam thought that it couldn't be taken. And again, this looks like Firouzja should be doing well.
Yeah, Firouzja up a pawn, slight time advantage. Not easy to finish it off, though. His extra pawn is the pawn on b6, but difficult to set his queenside majority in motion. Let's see how he's going to try to nurture his advantage.
So the rooks will swing to the b file now, maybe. Knight d5 as well.
Sam being very resilient here, just sitting, and yeah, difficult for black to do anything.
Okay, the king on h7 does not look that well placed. Neither does the knight on b4.
Yeah, knight d5. I don't like that decision by Sam. Now Firouzja has no risk, and I think he should be able to win this endgame.
So the funny thing about these endgames is sometimes I actually prefer to be white.
I think rook a... wait, what happened? I think it was a big mistake by Firouzja. I thought he could have brought his king around, and if he could have gotten his king into the game, he should have won, because you can't pre-move with white, right? You always have to move when white's going to move the rook, and wait, what? Sam had a bit of a problem there, and Firouzja wins the game.
I was going to say a few things. I was going to say that Sam was looking very sluggish for the last couple moves there in the endgame. Like, it just looked... I don't know, like he wasn't going at his usual speed. But then that pretty much confirms it, right? At the end, for it just to go down, he's obviously experiencing some connectivity issues, because he's down 15 seconds here, and you can just tell by his facial expression that's not someone who's, focused on the game.
That's not someone that's very thrilled, Yeah, I mean, I can understand. He must be very annoyed. Yeah, he lost the last game due to his hotel internet. And this one, he's going to lose as well. I mean, down 30 seconds, and it hasn't seemed to have gotten better. Yeah, that must be frustrating.
Play the entire day yesterday. I guess it was only the one match, but he did play that from the same location. So it held up then.
Yeah, I mean, this must be incredibly frustrating, knowing that you're playing great chess, you're up 2 in the match, and then all of a sudden this happens, and yeah, let's see if it's going to be restored for the next game.
It's the most frustrating. I mean, I think a lot of other players would, maybe myself included, have a much different reaction. He's just kind of like taking the loss.
Yeah.
Like he just can't help but smile.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. All right, they're off to the next game. All right, it seems better now.
Yes. So far, so good. I feel like you have to take it move by move.
Right, yeah, because still at any moment, uh, you never know what's going to happen. But yeah, okay, well, at least for now, it seems like everything is going fine. Good for Sam, because of course we don't want, the match to be decided that way. And I like his position here, or I like the clock situation out of the opening.
Yeah, it was 3.5 to 1.5, and then I'm not saying that he would have lost or he would have won, but it was a rook end game with mutual time pressure. Anything could have happened, I think. He ended up losing that one because he just wasn't playing quick enough. The connection was faltering already. And then the game after that, it was like a free win. So it went from 3.5, 1.5 to 3.5, 3.5 in basically like a minute's time. And now he's got to focus up again, probably tilted himself from what happened, and see if he can win the match. But as far as I can see it, he's effectively spotted Alireza like a 1.5.
Yeah, no, exactly. All right, this endgame should be approximately even. He offers the queen trade. I think a clever decision by Firouzja to keep the queens on the board, as it's probably easier to maneuver the knight around with no queens.
Yeah, queen trade would be fantastic for white. I don't like offering knight for bishop personally, but I think it's okay.
All right, so Firouzja, slight lead on the clock. Let's see if he can put it to work. Queen d8 looks annoying here. Yeah, and he goes for it.
Yeah, maybe queen. Yeah, I can't go queen c4 because queen e7.
Yeah, g4, clever move, opening up a second front. Okay, g5. Oh, okay, take on c6 here. Is Firouzja going to take the draw? No. I think it's a smart decision because he has the draw in his pocket.
Hey, if I was playing someone who just had internet issues, I'm not sure I would take the draw either.
Yeah, okay, he's up on time here. The nice thing for Firouzja is that he can always throw in a few... Wait, what is he doing? Oh, now he gets the... Or is he going to take on b2 and go for the win? Wait. Apparently something was missed, but I have no idea what.
Yeah, at this point, probably in a weird way, both guys are happy with the result. I think after this game, or after the last game, so perhaps right now, which is why things have stopped. I think they're just gonna get the fair play camera back on, so they're gonna pause the match because obviously the whole point of these matches is you have obviously the camera that we see, but then you have your fair play camera. And I think while Sam had his connection go down, it was one of his fair play cameras went down as well. So we're just going to get that set back up, which is a fair reason for both of these guys to have the match paused. I don't think anyone's complaining about anything here, but yeah, that's why we're just going to take a short break, everybody, while we get that set up, and we're just going to jump right back into the action. But what do you think of the match so far? It's actually 4-4 Bach as we go into this little fair play camera break here. What do you think? Who's happier so far? Is Alireza more tilted at the draw he gave up by stalemate, or is Sam more tilted by the internet?
I think Firouzja, the internet issue came at a perfect moment for him. He was down 2 points in the match. Who knows what would have happened in that time scramble? Like, let's say he loses the elbow and then he got another gift in the next game. That all came at a perfect time. Otherwise, it could have maybe been a blowout again. Who knows?
Here we go, 4-4 and back underway. There's 13 minutes remaining. The match is tied, so I don't think either player will be thrown off too much.
Yeah, so here we have an approximately even position out of a queen's gambit, if you will. Difficult for both sides to come up with a plan here. Maybe Firouzja will take in b3 or b4 and put pressure on the b file.
Yep. Okay, so he goes b5, shifting everything to the c file. Meanwhile, Black trying to come up with some ideas on h3 with the pin, but I kind of like what White's doing here.
Yeah, Sam having the lead on the clock though, and take on c6. 100% take on c6, right? And take on d5.
Yeah, you gotta take those opportunities to go 2 rooks for the queen there. Normally the rooks are better, but especially in bullet, a lot easier to play with the queen.
Exactly. With the queen, you can always, give checks. You can easily hang one of the rooks. So I think both from a practical and, wow, from a rook takes g2, what's the win?
Wow. And queen
Oh,
g4
and
and rook
rook
h3.
h3. Uh-oh. Yeah, now white
Amazing.
has to give up the queen, but this looks crushing for Sam. Just push the h pawn.
What a tactic there. Like, all of a sudden, rook f3 and rook takes g2 was on the board. Amazing.
Yeah, great win by Sam. And I feel like sometimes these Carlsbad positions are slightly easier to play for black because you can create some counterplay on the king side, and Sam did a perfect job at that.
Yeah, that was a beautiful game. Finding counterplay when it looked like white was just piling up on the one weakness in the position. He turned basically white's king into a weakness.
Yeah, no, yeah, great game by Sam. All right, so let's see how Firouzja is going to respond. I like his position here out of the opening. Big center and the pair of bishops.
Yeah, got to get that queen. Like, if the black queen was out on h4, maybe you'd be pretty happy with that. I want to play knight into e4, but f7 is loose at the moment.
Yeah, so queen e7, clever move by Firouzja. All right. Oh, he hung a pawn there. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, not the end of the world, because I think the knight will come to e4, and I still kind of like black's chances, even though he did blunder that pawn.
Yeah, it's a big pawn to throw. I mean, yeah, with that pawn on c6, black definitely would have been better here, but now the knight on b4 is also sitting quite comfortably, and Firouzja going for a long think.
Yeah, opposite bishops means that whichever king is weaker is probably going to enjoy the position a lot less. Queen trade hurts, though, for the black pieces here.
Yeah, no, this looks very unpleasant. Down a pawn. I would be surprised if Firouzja holds this one.
Yeah, he wants a4. Oh, he's got a4 now.
A little surprised he didn't do that. In the meantime, Firouzja is expanding on the king side. h5, g4 is coming.
Okay, I don't know. Ooh, I actually don't really like how this has turned out for white, but he's up a lot of time. Is he going for the flag here?
I think he'll try, but is he going to manage? I mean, no, he's not going to manage now. Can Firouzja maybe flag him?
Yeah, I don't think Firouzja is going to lose. Yeah, okay, they are gonna draw. It sounds a bit strange, but I might have got a little ambitious for a win with black there, because with 8 seconds and no pawns that could be pushed, maybe you could give it a try. But I mean, obviously that's quite a risky thing to try to do.
Yeah, he could have walked the king to a6 to try to break that one pre-move mechanism, but
Mhm.
I think a draw is a fair result in that game. Let's
is.
see how Firouzja is going to respond here. He's got the 2 bishops, and that he's got the pawn is blocked for now, but I like his position.
Yep, knight on c8 kind of wanted to go to d6, so that's why Firouzja didn't take that bishop. Instead, knight e4 now looks pretty good. We might see g5.
Yeah, and now Sam gets the knight to the nice d6 for blocking the pawn. The pawn on e5 is a little bit tender, though, and rook a3, great maneuver there by Firouzja.
Yeah, he wants to play like rook e3, but also rook f3 in case e4 wasn't played.
Yes, rook a8, Sam bring the rook into the game. Very interesting position here, but I feel like Firouzja should have good chances given the fact that the black king is a little bit... Bishop e5 looks nasty, and maybe like something, queen b1 or something.
h4, queen h5.
Queen g7, I think a good practical decision by Sam to get the queens off.
Yep, the time is around even, though. Rook e8. Oh, bishop e7.
Rook b8. I think, take and take. And rook b6. There should be enough time for Firouzja to finish it off. Now here's the thing. You put the pawn...
This is smart.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think we were about to say the same thing, that put the pawn on a7, and you mentioned this mechanism earlier that now your rook is stuck.
Right. Objectively, this is a draw, but very difficult for black to hold. And also, black cannot pre-move, because at some point you're going to go king b6, and black doesn't know when. Or then, yeah. Like black...
Exactly. That's the point, is that black, as soon as you pre-move, at any point, white could move the rook. And it's risk-free for white, because, what's the worst that could happen is you just lose your pawn. So what?
Exactly. I got a little closer at the end, but Firouzja gets the job done and evens up the score with 7 minutes on the clock. Come on, I feel like this match is flying by.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like we kind of lost like a minute or two in there, but the match was tied the entire time. But Sam has honestly played much better, I want to say, than Firouzja overall from what we've seen so far. Because remember, there was like a point, at least 1 point, maybe you could say, argue even more, that Firouzja got because of Sam's connection there. So, the match is what it is, but we're tied now, 5.5 apiece. But I think Sam has been playing a bit better.
Yeah, Firouzja doing very well here out of the opening. Up 2 pawns for the moment. Sam can win one back, but he still will be down another one. So Firouzja doing great here, but he's down on the clock.
Knight d6 is a huge
check?
threat.
Ooh. No, you win the exchange. You have to take on d6, but nah, you don't hold this. And down 10 seconds as well.
It's the first sign of like real expression that I think we've seen from Firouzja. He was not happy with that blunder.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. He's played a great game so far. Very nice endgame, and then he just makes one blunder, and all of a sudden he's lost.
Yeah, it's sad the way it works.
Yeah, there goes a7, and Black's just way too slow. Rook. Yeah, Rook b7, nice move. Although, but Black's fast. No.
Just not in time. Yeah, pick up that pawn, and he's going to resign with 5 minutes left. He's only down one game, so still tons of time, but the games are starting to become very, very important.
Yeah, let's remind everybody that it is win by 2, so if this would be the final score, they would go into overtime. But yeah, as for Firouzja, you definitely want to pick up some more wins. Let's see how he will do it in this game, as he has his beloved Italian on the board.
Yeah, this g5 move always feels so risky, but I think you're more likely to do it in a bullet game where it just feels like, yeah, you'd rather be attacking, get that knight into f4 and see what you can do.
Yeah, Firouzja would love to get a knight to f5, and that's why he's going knight e3 now. But yeah, the pawn on g5, as you mentioned, is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it gives you some attacking chance. On the other hand, you weaken some squares around your king.
Okay, knight can jump into e4. The bishop on b6 is actually really, really powerful. And white's bishop on g3 is not doing much.
Yeah, and that's why Firouzja chopped off that bishop on b6, rook e3. The knight and f4 are so stable, and both the bishops are not doing much.
I feel a little uneasy about the placement of the black king, just with the queen on c3. f3 to open things up, and wow, knight d3 played with the new diagonal open from c5 to g1. This looks scary.
It not only looks scary on the board, look at Firouzja's clock. He's down to 16 seconds, down 10. I mean, bishop e5, that's huge.
He's finding counterplay. That was a really smart exchange, Zach.
Right, but this is so hard for White to play, and he's just down. I think the queen trade should favor him, but he's still way down on time.
Yeah, I mean, I think black's better just on the board, even if this was like a classical game, so lots to play for.
Yeah. All right, Firouzja getting the pre-moves in, though, but is it going to be enough? 4 seconds against 13. He's not going to make it.
No, everything's defended. The rook on f6, it's way too much. He just can't repeat.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
All right, and Sam opens up a 2-point lead. There is still time, but Firouzja needs a win. I think he needs a win here. If he loses the match, might be close to over.
Yeah, I do think he could draw. That's probably the only thing he's permitted, but I don't think he can lose.
No, because if he loses, then there would probably be only one more game, and then he could only bring it back to 2. So, yeah, feels like, since draws are unlikely in Bullet, this is a must-win game for Firouzja.
Yep, agree with that.
But
trying to think
I was going to say, I like Sam's position, who again has the 2 knights against the 2 bishops.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the way that he has had success so far. And to be honest, it's usually been on the board. I don't think that Sevian has been like getting flagged by Firouzja or anything like that. Firouzja is really fast at the end, but it's usually coupled with his position improving.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, he's really fast at the end, but I mean, it's really hard to make up a 10-second deficit. Sam giving up the exchange for queen e2, that's exactly what Firouzja needs right now.
Yeah, everything is kind of stuck together here.
That being said, Sam hanging in there.
Yeah, king g1 he might do. Okay, decides to trade e6.
I like e6 as well, followed by king up. Now it comes at the cost of a pawn.
That's very smart, though. I was going to say h4 there.
Oh, great stuff by Firouzja, trading everything off and pushing the a pawn down the board. This is going to be a game. This is going to be a win. But
Huge.
Sam dragging this one out to milk the clock.
Well, yeah, and also maybe go for a stalemate, which we've seen from him before.
All right, so this will probably be the final game of regular time. If Sam Sevian wins this one, he wins the match. If a draw or a win for Firouzja, we go to overtime.
That's right. Both guys here have to win by 2.
Yeah. All right, I feel like this position is approximately even, but Sam, again, having a slight lead on the clock.
Yeah, the last game we actually saw Alireza ahead on the clock, which was a very unusual thing to see. But it does happen, and I personally like the position here for Alireza.
I like it as well. I don't like that move a6 by Sam. I feel like, the knight can always land on c5, where it will be annoying.
Yep.
Although now rook e7 and maybe b6 at the right moment.
Yeah, b6 does look good.
Oh, you can pick up the pawn. Great find by Firouzja. And yeah, he might win the a5 pawn as well.
And the worst thing is to trade everything off, because opposite bishops with the knights on the board is terrible.
Yeah, this looks very tough for Sam. c4, Firouzja expanding on the king side. His king, you just take that pawn. Oh, there was taking queen c7. My bad.
Yeah, no, he's trying to bait everyone in.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not a humongous fan of putting the pawn on c5. Now Sam gets a very nice square for his bishop on the d5 square.
Okay. I was going to say, you have to start pushing the pawns at some point.
Knight d2, yeah, trade of the bishop, and then a5. How do you stop the pawn?
Do you go a5 or queen a2?
Queen a2 now. I like what Firouzja's doing, but it's taking him some time. Take an a5. Wait there. That's huge.
Yeah, that's a big mistake. You need
Sam
c6,
hanging
but it's
in
not
there.
easy.
Is he? Firouzja queen c8 and time's evening up. Oh, that's a big
F7.
pawn. Push. Firouzja might get the win here.
Wow, he is finding everything at the moment.
Yeah, bishop. And queen d8 or there.
Queen
and
h5
pick up the
and
knight.
take.
Yeah, okay, see. Wow, we're going to overtime, Amon.
It
Unless-
definitely looks like it. Watch out for queen g6, king h8 or something.
He's just going for the flag. He doesn't want to checkmate. He
Smart.
doesn't want to stalemate him again.
Very smart, and it's 7.5 apiece, which means we are going straight into overtime. We have had overtime before in previous matches. Been very entertaining. As soon as one of the players gets a lead of 2 points, it's over. So we're jumping into the first of 10 games here.
Yeah, and it must feel good for Firouzja not only to go into overtime, but also on an even score. In the meantime, I like Sam's position here. Slightly more space and slightly more active pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yep, agree with that. It's amazing, this overtime. It feels like you're just starting it. Okay, it's like a new match, but you lose the first game, and immediately the match could just end on the next game. It can be so quick.
Yeah, no, for sure. Every game is super important here. Sam, 94, setting up some tactics. This looks difficult to play for Firouzja.
Okay, he's going to take that. The knight wants to be
Nice.
on f4.
Yeah, now some nice maneuvers here by Sam. Keeping, I think, a smart decision, because now he can go rook to g3.
Yep.
94 or that.
Wow. Yeah, but now the knight can't go to f4 for white, I just realized.
The evil bar went all the way up there. I have no... Wait.
Knight g7.
Oh, there was knight takes g7 and rook queen e8.
Yep. He might be able to set that up again, even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks tough for Firouzja to play. I mean, what do you play here? And that's why he's taking his time. He's got to move.
This is crazy.
What's going on? He's not moving.
Is it his
he looked
turn
like
for
is there...
I was gonna say someone's gonna be unhappy here. I think
Yeah.
Alireza must have been sitting in a position where it was Sam's turn. That's my guess.
He probably made a move, but it perhaps did not come through, or I don't know what happened. But Sam takes the win and takes a 1-point lead in the match. He only needs one more to advance.
And, not to glorify anything about what's just happened, because now both of these guys are actually dealing with some issue with connectivity at some point. But Sam is probably sitting there going, I don't feel that bad, right? Because it did happen to him earlier.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, I guess they're even now. Firouzja losing, Sam lost a game because of connectivity earlier, and now it's Firouzja's turn, unfortunately. So let's hope he's back soon so we can continue playing the match.
Yeah, I mean, the guys are, we have the cams in front of us, so we do have them still with us, so at least it's not the type of connectivity issue where, we've lost them from Zoom and waiting for him to get back, but he's probably, that's just my guess. I don't really know what he experienced there, but why else would you be sort of so calm in a position where time is ticking down and then it hits 0 and be surprised? I feel like he must have thought it was Sam's turn.
Yeah, no, for sure. So very tough loss there for Firouzja. To be fair, I felt like the position was difficult to play anyway, as he was also behind on the clock. He was already, let me check real quick how much time he had. He was sitting at, he was down 4 seconds. It was definitely still manageable. So tough for him to just to just lose the connection there.
Yep. Obviously, it's being looked into at the moment, because I don't think either player wants the match to, and I truly do mean this, even for Sam, I don't think either player wants the match to just conclude off something like that. It won't. That was only going to be one win for Sam, and it is win by 2. But obviously, in overtime, it's a pretty big deal to have one of the 2 points that you need sort of handed to you like that. But as I mentioned, Bach, we did have earlier in the match when Sam was dealing with that too, and to be honest, I don't know what the situation with that one was. It felt like it was more internet related, whereas this one feels like I think he's a bit more surprised, the interface was just not showing what he expected it to show. So the first one, Sam just he just took on the chin, right? He was just like, okay, I guess my internet was bad, and he just took the extra loss.
Yeah, with Firouzja there, it just seemed he probably made a move, but for whatever reason didn't come through. So it's just a little shocked, what happened there. He made that hand gesture.
Yep.
So right now, maybe he's replugging his router or something. Making sure that everything is
unplug
working
it and plug it back in.
Yeah, exactly. That's often the solution.
That's right. So hang with us, guys. They're just looking into it right now. We'll wait to hear what kind of resolution we get to that makes both players happy. So let's wait and see. But the players are here, so that's the good thing.
Yeah. They haven't started yet, but it feels like they're both getting ready for the action. In the meantime, Firouzja taking a sip of water. That's not the Hikaru sip. I mean, he definitely, he's locked in, and I'm sure he wants to strike back as quickly as possible.
But it's kind of it's that sip, you guys figure it out. I'm over here, I'm ready to play, but you all sort it out. We're in the losers semifinal, guys. That's in the losers bracket, which means that whoever loses this match will be fully eliminated from the Bullet Chess Championship. Daniel Naroditsky is waiting in the wings. He faces the winner of this match, and then Hikaru. What do you call someone who's waiting in the wings for someone waiting in the wings? Well, that's
Hikaru's just chilling right now. He's just chilling.
Chilling.
He's just,
there you go.
Yeah,
he's chilling.
He's chilling. He's watching the match, I think, on his channel. But yeah, like I said, he's just chilling. He only needs to win one more match, whereas others, if they make it to the grand final, they have to beat him twice. So they have a tall task ahead of them. I wonder if Sam or Firouzja can give Danya a good match as well? Or do you think Danya is, he's not in Hikaru's class, but Danya is sort of in a class of his own as well?
Yeah, exactly. And remember, on any given day, you can kind of show up as the absolute best version of yourself, or even maybe a fraction of what you think you could perform at. So Naroditsky, if he shows up even like half of his level, you feel like that's still pretty good for a shot to win. But the way that both of these guys have been playing here, back and forth, very close match. I think it'll be a tense match with Danya as well. And also, they'll be warmed up, playing a full match against one another. So I actually think that lends itself as an advantage to whoever wins this.
Yeah, I think it will definitely be an advantage coming in warmed up. In the meantime, I'm sure that Danya definitely warmed up as well, either today or perhaps yesterday. And perhaps he might be a little more well rested. I mean, 30 minutes of straight up bullet does get to you.
I see that Danya's in the chat here. I think he's tongue in cheek asking if he's capable of giving them a good match rather than the other way around. And well, I'll go on record and answer that on his behalf. Definitely yes. I think the only way that we might not get a good match is if Danya just crushes the opponent, and it's like, oh, Danya, come on, man, you're too good. We wanted a good, entertaining match, and you just blew him off the board. So that's the only way we don't get a good match from Danya. We are going to take a short break, guys. They're going to sort this out so that the match can continue with everyone in a good place. But Firouzja, Sevian, they're still here looking into what happened, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So stay tuned for the rest of this losers semifinal match between Alireza and Sam Sevian. We will get our winner right after this. All right, guys, we have some updates for you. We're back, and the guys came to the conclusion so quickly. They're so ready to go that they just jumped right into the game. So we're joining you mid-action here, but the update we can provide, as you can see from the score, is that the last game, they've agreed to wipe it and replay it. So that's what's going on. The match score is 7.5 to 7.5, and we are playing the first out of 10 overtime games. So Bach, we're just right back in the match, and it's all squared away.
Yeah, so the score is even. In the meantime, I like Firouzja's position here on the board. He's up a pawn, and he's got very active piece play. Wait, why does Evil Bar drop all the way? Oh, Rook B2, does that win a piece? Yeah, and it does. But he missed it.
Yeah, and it's even more strange because he sat there and then missed it.
Yeah, no, I thought, he's going to take his time to spot it. Okay, in the meantime, Firouzja is still a little bit behind on the clock. Let's see if Sam can put some pressure. That hangs upon on D5.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of things that Sam has been hanging. Well, yeah, there we go. Tons of things that he's been hanging in that match.
A tough loss there for Sam. Do you think he might have been a little thrown off by what just happened?
I think if Alireza had lost that game, then I might have been thinking to myself, maybe he was thrown off by what just happened. So, yeah, I guess it's fair to say, like, whoever would lose the match, I might speculate that they were thrown off. It's a tough spot, but, you know, it feels like they investigated that it wasn't Alireza's fault. It wasn't Sam's fault either. And in the position that they decided to redo things or replay it where it happened, it was, you know, a slight time edge for Sam, but nothing like too significant. And I think the engine eval was also around equal. So they just decided to replay it because, you know, no one's really at fault between the players.
Yeah. All right. I think you summarized it there perfectly. Okay, so let's see what's going on in this game. Approximately even. Sam having a lead on the clock. So let's see if he can put the pressure on Firouzja.
Yeah. Yeah, this position is, I mean, again, Sam's up on time, so you have to feel that he's happy with what he's getting in this match. He's getting position after position where he's just got a lead on the clock.
Yeah, up 5 seconds, okay. Also, the White King feeling a little vulnerable. Queen at f7, nice maneuver there by Sam, but Firouzja bringing his knight to e4, that's unpleasant to deal with.
Very. I would almost sacrifice Queen e7, rook takes.
And that's what he does. And keep in mind, Amon, if Firouzja wins this game, the match is over, and wow, he's crashing through it at 5.
Yeah, 13 seconds. This is not easy to play. Maybe f6.
Queen f4, there goes the pawn. Queen f6. I think if he gets the queens off, he's just winning. Well, no, that's it. This is this should be an easy win.
Should be, but bishop f5. Black's actually doing a great job. Wow.
And Sam is so fast. We know he's the most frequent pre-mover in the field. Nah, but I feel like the moves for Firouzja are easier now. Just move the rook, push the pawn. If he gets the queen on the board, it should be... Now he's going to win. Firouzja's going to move on.
Oh, he can get... Oh, I was thinking queen takes b3. He could get the stalemate to survive another one, but that is the match right there. Just like that, it wraps up, and Alireza is obviously fist pumping after that. Bach, that's your winner. Alireza Firouzja, he defeats Sam Sevian and advances to the losers final against Daniel Naroditsky. If you ask me, it's a tough spot to call because they looked into it and Alireza didn't do anything wrong, and neither did Sam. So we should say that the guys agreed to replay the match, but obviously, just losing the next two games like that after the reset is a bad feeling for Sam. So a tough end to that one. But Alireza does move on to the losers final against Danya, and the winner of that will go on to face Hikaru Nakamura. Bach, your thoughts on how that concluded?
Yeah, tough loss for Sam. It felt like he was going to take the lead, but after they decided to replay, it didn't go his way. And now Firouzja has a very tall task ahead of him. He's up against Danya. I feel like if Firouzja wants to have a chance, he needs to bring his A game. I felt like he wasn't quite bringing his A game so far in this event. So I'm curious to see if he can bring something completely different to the table in this one.
Yeah, it definitely feels like in this match, Alireza, if this is the level that maybe he's bringing to Danya, it might not be enough, you'd have to think. But sometimes, you have a different style depending on who you're playing, and you just kind of like, I don't know, you find a different way to play when you get used to how your opponent's playing against you. So if Danya comes out guns blazing, maybe Alireza, it's a wake-up call for him. But we're obviously going to get set up for that match. Things got a little scrambled there at the end, but if you guys like your pieces scrambled at the start of the game, then you may be interested in Chess 960, thriving in the chaos of random opening positions. You can compete in the Chess.com 960 Championship next week. This is the second event of this year's Community Championship Series. The 960 Championship boasts a $7,500 prize fund, and everyone is eligible to play. All you have to do is join the community club on Chess.com, and you can throw your hat in the ring by using exclamation mark 960 in chat for everything that you need to know. So, coming up, we have the losers final. Get set for that, guys. We're just going to take a short break, but it's Alireza Firouzja against Daniel Naroditsky. The Bullet Chess Championship continues in a few moments.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I have the privilege of being joined by world number 6, the youngest ever player to cross 2800 ELO, playing in his second candidates tournament, Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, my man, first of all, good to meet you. How's Toronto treating you this time around?
Yeah, it feels great to be back. It's a very beautiful city, so I'm very excited to be here.
Let's start not with chess first. You made a very big mistake a couple of years ago of doing an interview and saying you were into fashion, because now every interview, somebody has to ask you about fashion. So I want you to rate how I'm looking today, 1 to 10.
It's very nice suit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
My man. Thank you. I like what you're wearing too. Can you take us through the glasses, the outfit a little bit, or?
This is Louis Vuitton glasses. This is Ralph Lauren. This is Valentino. The socks, I don't know what it is.
Anyway, we're gonna talk about chess. I don't want to bring up bad memories, but obviously 2022, the candidates was supposed to kind of be the moment where in the beginning of the year you crossed 2800, youngest one, you broke Magnus's record. Then Magnus was giving all these interviews like he's not gonna defend unless you win the candidates. So as an outsider, I was thinking there's kind of a lot of pressure on you to win, and then you'll be playing for the World Championship. So what was the tournament in 2022 like for you? The preparation leading up, obviously going into it, you probably wanted to win, if not win, then finish in the top 2, top 3. Can you take me back to 2022? What went wrong, and then what's going to be better this time around?
Yeah, I think I was just too young for the candidates. I know they're on the same age or younger even than me here also, but I think physically it's very difficult when you're 18 years old to play candidates. 14 rounds is very energy taking, and for 18 years old I was just trying to get experience, but the outside things came into the game. But it was cool because it was good. I was getting advertised so much, so whenever they talk about me on internet I like it, so even if it's negative.
And for this time around, what has changed? Obviously you're older, but that's not the only difference, right? So is the training camp the same? Is it a slightly different approach? Because this is a weird candidates. There's a lot of young players. I don't know where the young cutoff is, but let's say 2021. So half the field is young. We have players that are playing in their first candidates, like Vidit, who's almost 30, Abbasov is almost 30. How's this training camp been a little bit different than 2022, than preparation leading up?
Did a lot of sport to be in good shape because it's a very long tournament, so this was my own main focus kind of, because the chess part is very close always, and we have to see what will happen, but I tried at least physically to be in good shape.
Cardio, weightlifting?
Not weightlifting.
Not weightlifting? Cardio
mostly, yeah.
You jogging a lot, you cycling,
Yeah.
swimming?
Yeah.
Is that generally what it is? What about like chess specific? What percentage of it is openings? What
Nowadays it's probably more than 70-80% openings, I think. Basically, out of opening you could understand the game will toward to draw or who will put pressure the whole game. This is the chess we play nowadays. yeah, it's interesting. Whoever works more gets the results. So.
This June, kick off the summer with some of your favorite chess bots. Have some fun with old friends, or maybe someone new. Play them all on Chess.com.
Welcome back to the Bullet Chess Championship 2024. Grandmaster Mon Hamilton, joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. And Bach, we have another match coming right at the people that have no time for a break. We're straight into another exciting one. It's Daniel Naroditsky against Alireza Firouzja. What do you make of this match?
Yeah, let's have a look at the bracket here, Amon. It's been a long tournament. Firouzja had to make his way all the way through the loser's bracket. Whereas Danya, he lost to Hikaru, and that's how he made his way to the loser's final. And yeah, whoever wins has to beat Hikaru twice in the grand final. In the meantime, we see Danya here reading up on, I guess that must be the Naroditsky endgame manual, refreshing his endgames a little bit.
Yeah, there's no way that a guy can lose who shows up to a match when his preparation is reading a book. I mean, this guy looks locked in, ready to go. There you go. That's the difference between you guys in chat and a grandmaster right there. Just read a couple books right before your match. But let's take a look at that featured matchup between Naroditsky and Firouzja. It's so remarkable that these guys just have not played. Like, these are some of the biggest names on the website, and I just can't believe that they haven't encountered each other more often, Bob.
Yeah, no, for sure. Danya has a lot of bullet games under his belt, as we can see here. He also outrates Firouzja quite a bit in the bullet ratings. Firouzja, he has the higher classical rating. But yeah, Aman, we were talking about this earlier. It feels like Danya's run has been pretty convincing so far, whereas Firouzja has struggled in a lot of matches. What do you think Firouzja has to do to give himself a fighting chance against Danya?
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar between these two, but definitely up on the clock is a position that I think everybody in this competition will find themselves in against Firouzja. It's been kind of remarkable, the run that Naroditsky has put on in this tournament, because you go back and you think of the winner's bracket and how he only lost to Hikaru. That's why he's down in the loser's bracket. So he's actually had a very good event in the Bullet Chess Championship. He's been a mainstay in this tournament. He's got 40,000 games, and we just, all of us, I think, are Danya fans when he jumps out of the commentary booth for a change and actually competes, because he can compete at the highest level as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's great to see him in a Bullet Chess Championship, and as we see here, we see how passionate he is about it. I mean, I don't see him being that hyped up, but for this event, he really is. He finished in third place from 2020 until 2022. Let's see if he can improve on that. He can finish in at least second place if he wins this one. He won Sunday's Bullet Brawl over Carlson, Bornik, Tang. He's got the most bullet games on the website. And he's also the 2022 Chess.com Commentator of the Year.
Exactly, and we've already talked about Firouzja, so the people are familiar. He's warmed up as well, but he's up against Naroditsky, and Danya is definitely the type of player that I think if he gets rolling, man, he can run up the score. Like kind of the way that Hikaru can run up the score against anybody, but Danya always talks about how, it's so easy for the match to slip away in bullet when you're facing someone that strong. He could do that to other people as well. I mean, there's levels, there's a food chain of command in the bullet sphere, I think.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like we said, Hikaru is in a class of his own, but Danya is in a class of his own as well. Just below Hikaru. Let's remind, Amon, what do you make of the face on Danya's look right now? Like, is he focused? Is he nervous? What do you make of his expressions?
I was looking at the chat as well. A few people think that he might be looks maxing there. So it's possible that Danya is engaging in the modern art of mewing. But to be determined, it seems like he's just getting his cameras set up while we get set up for this match as well. 30 minutes of 1 minute chess with no increment. You guys know it's going to be the exact same format as Alireza just played against Sevian. And of course, it's a win by 2. I have to say, I know it ended abruptly, but still, that overtime format made the last match particularly exciting. So, as a biased commentator, I do hope we see another one.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. I mean, they have been playing some very exciting matches so far. It needs to be said that I feel like in this event, Danya has just been more convincing than Firouzja. But actually, in terms of the rating, Amon, they're very close. So I feel like Firouzja's had some great chances against Danya. If I'm not mistaken, there might have even been like a blitz match where Firouzja adopted Danya. So on a good day, he might have his number.
That's right. If I'm thinking about how this matchup could play out, I am just as nervous as maybe the Sam Sevian match for Alireza just when it comes to the time. I think that maybe Danya is just as fast, if not faster, than Sam. Maybe not at the beginning, but certainly at the end. And look at that. Is he? What does it say? Reading a book that says Gulag on the front?
It says Gulag on it. Yeah, he won't. Yeah. What do you make of Zedaman?
Well, I'm trying to, I'm trying to read exactly what's going on. I feel like he's trying to tell us something. He's definitely putting that on camera for a reason here. Now, maybe the chat will have to be our detective team here. Guys, what's he saying?
Let's see what the chat is saying. But I'm sure I'm a little bit surprised. I thought that normally before a bullet match, maybe he'll do some tactics, maybe he'll play a bullet game to warm up. But he's reading a book. And it's an interesting preparation for this matchup. I've never seen Danya do this.
I feel like it's such a remarkable thing where, like, everyone gather around. Human being reads a book.
Yeah. All right, he read his book. He's ready to play now. And I guess we're going to get underway and the moves are in. E4 is... Danya stepped away there?
Okay. I believe, yes, we are underway, and maybe the only reason that Alireza jumped out to an early lead on the clock there was because Danya was in and out of his chair, and now he's set up and ready to go.
Yeah, so I feel like Amon, Firouzja, he does have the higher classical rating, so I feel like if he wants to have a chance, he should try to get advantages out of the opening and put Danya under pressure early on, but, I already like Danya's position right here.
Yeah, Danya's definitely going to be playing a lot of these King's Indian setups here. The bishop on G1, a little bit awkward. And I was about to say maybe bishop C4 could have been annoying to prevent castling because White's king is feeling a little bit awkward.
Yeah, G3, sacrificing the pawn. Amon, look at the clock. Danya up 15 seconds, and he goes for a nice knight sack here. I like it.
Amazing. Yeah, knight D5 is just, that's a real bullet move right there.
Yeah, and look at the pawns in the middle, E4, D4, marching down the board. I really feel like if Firouzja wants to have a chance, he needs to play much faster than he has done so far in the event.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's the thing, Amon. Like, Firouzja found some good moves, but Danya is able to invest some time, find some good moves as well. And, yeah, the pre-moves don't work out.
Obviously, he meant to play rook takes h7 there.
That was a mouse slip, my bad, yeah.
Yeah, but even still, I was seeing he was down 13, 15 seconds, something to that effect. So I don't think it would have made much of a difference. He was down way too much time against someone like Danya.
Yep, Danya, he invented the art of flagging. H4 here on the board, going for a kingside attack, but I like what Firouzja's doing here with knight b4. Maybe queen c2 looks nice.
I like that move a lot. Yeah, you were just pointing out the attack was starting to look dangerous. So instead, he looks to trade the queens, and an even better move from Danya, bishop d2. Everyone knows exactly what the plan is. It's Operation Trade Queens for black.
Yeah, Firouzja also having a lead on the clock, and it just goes to show how impressive it is what Hikaru is doing. I feel like Hikaru very rarely pauses, even for the very tough moves. He finds them very quickly, but others, they will have to spend a few seconds to find a move that is not losing in the tough position.
Yep, that's a good point. I thought that maybe there was an opportunity to take that knight on c5 for black and just exist with a strong knight on d5, but instead, black opted to keep the bishop on the board. We'll see if that pays off or not.
Yeah, I like Firouzja's position. He has great... Oh, there goes the rook. He's up a couple pawns and up 5 seconds. He has to win his game.
Yeah, that was very surprising. And almost rook a8 would have been such a good move as well. Those knights are so tricky, though.
Danya is fast. He's already cut into the deficit. He's only down a second. Let's see if he can make it even closer on the clock.
Okay, king to e1 probably. Knight coming to e4. Careful.
Yeah, I thought Firouzja still up on clock, but 94, the e-pawn might drop here.
Yep.
And it's all about the clock now. We don't care about the... Okay, he can at least guarantee himself a draw by trading, but Danya's going to save this one.
That was, I think, a good result, though, for Alireza. I was going to say, Danya actually, I would have him as the slight favorite in these time scrambles, and he put his rook in front of his king to the point where it could be pinned, and then obviously it would be forcefully exchanged. So if he had kept his rook on the board, who knows? But I think that was absolutely the fair result.
Yeah, impressive speed there by Danya. He started the time scramble down 5 seconds, and he ended up being up a second on the clock. So it goes to show how lightning fast he is. In the meantime, very interesting position here in game number 3.
Yeah, the double pawns look a little bit funny on d6 and d5. But if you take on d6 as white, then it's even worse. The knight jumps back to d6 and then into e4.
Wow, g5 by Danya. That's a bold pawn sack, and Firouzja goes for it. But c3 also very weak, and now Danya can regain the pawn on the g5 square.
Yep, and put the knight back on e4 maybe. This is looking good.
But Amon, look at the clock. Firouzja again down 10 seconds. Like, it happens every game, every match, it feels like.
Yep, that's going to be the story. I mean, I don't think we're getting away from that. The position also looks so comfortable for Danya as well.
Yeah, very nasty endgame here. It's very hard for white to move h5. Yep, like, what do you play here? Maybe d4 at the right moment, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
All right, now this third rank is going to collapse. Maybe h4 there. Okay, no. This should be a win, especially given the time.
Yeah, the e-pawn just goes, and white is not in time to capture the a-pawn, I think.
Yeah, king d3. No, this is going to be an easy win for Danya. I mean, I think even myself, with my speed, could finish this off.
Well, now we understand. It must be an easy win, then.
Yep, for sure. All right, they're off to the next game. Danya already up by 2, and he already has a very slight lead on the clock.
Mm-hmm. Quick starts in this format. Those bullet games go so quick that you blink and you're down 3.
And Danya, again, having a big lead on the clock. I really like his position here. It feels like very easy to play. Rook f3, rook h3 perhaps. Although, I really like what Firouzja did, planting the knight on e4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the knight on e4 really did work for Naroditsky in the previous game. It looks fantastic again here for black. I might actually consider taking it now that the pawn has to recapture, though.
Maybe take on e4 here or just recapture on e3. Danya had a bigger lead on the clock, but still up a few seconds.
Yeah, bishop back to d3 maybe.
Wow, apparently b4 was the move there, but super difficult to find. Is knight takes e5 a move? And then I guess at least you have a draw, right? Or you can take the bishop maybe on d3 with queen f3, queen e3.
Wow,
I
that's
think...
a good tactic. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he is. Wants to play on. Queen g6.
Oh, and Danya hung his queen! No, okay, of course, there was a back rank checkmate. He's still better in this endgame. Oh.
Oh, bad pre-move.
Yeah, that's a big pawn to throw, but I think he should still get at least a draw out of this. Although, what do you think, Amon? You have more experience with these time scrambles.
Well, the thing is, I just think that Naroditsky is a better scrambler, because if we're being objective, yeah, he should be fine, but I do think he's just better at it. It is a skill.
He is so fast, and he is already winning on the board here. Wow, but Firouzja, no, wow, that's a nice rook maneuver, and he gets the queen. Okay, Danya's going to be up by 3.
Yeah, amazing. Wow, and it really is a 3-game lead already. And Firouzja is one of the best bullet players in the world. It just goes to show when two of the best play, it's not always...
Wait, what's going on? Danya is not moving. He's down 10 seconds. But yeah, I remember I played quite a bit of Blitz against Danya, and I remember flagging him once, and it felt really good.
I think this was, by the way, once again, a fair play pause here. I don't think this was a connectivity issue or anything. But again, as soon as the players cam goes down for any reason, their fair play cam, you can't just continue playing the match. I mean, the whole point of fair play is that it's on during the match. So if it goes off for any reason, they have to pause the match, which is what is happening here. So obviously someone probably was like in his ear saying, "Hey, stop playing. We need your screen share," which is why he all of a sudden got up and was like, "What the heck?"
Yeah, they have the same opening here on the board. A Pierce defense. Danya really likes to Hikaru his bishop, especially in bullet. I feel like especially against in the King Zinian defense, but he also likes the Pierce.
Yeah, he plays these systems with the Fianchetto really, really well. They're active positions, and the way that he sacked that knight. Oh man!
I think his second camera went out, but Danya is so fast. He adjusted, get back at the board, and he's already up on time.
He's up on time.
Yeah, he's so fast, or Danya.
Isn't it? I mean, his poor internet is pouring all of the strength into like hosting his main camera that the poor secondary fair play cam is just getting no love. It's barely functional here.
Yeah, wow. Firouzja, they're sacking a knight with knight takes... Oh, but look, this knight takes 5, f takes e6, rook takes d4. Great stuff by Danya. And queen takes b6 now to trade everything off and bishop d4.
Wow. That was a sick tactic.
It's going to be a 4-point lead, Amon. He is up an exchange and 10 seconds. I don't see him giving this one away.
And, I would have been very suspicious of that tactic if the fair play camera wasn't on. So, good job to the team making sure that tactic was found under fair circumstances.
That being said, it's still not over, though. I mean, Danya only up a few seconds right now, and the knight is tricky. Uh-oh, wait. What are you doing now? Rook e4, rook d2. Oh, there was knight e4, knight c6, picking up a full rook.
Yeah, that's huge, but it's all about the time here. Knight is so tricky. I don't think actually either player is happy with that draw.
Yeah, I think Danya at the end there was not unhappy with it, but Firouzja definitely a little bit annoyed. He was like, is that already a 3-fold repetition? Apparently it is, and it remains a 3-point lead for Danya.
Yeah, 20 minutes here. Definitely still lots of time, but if I'm not mistaken, Alireza still hasn't claimed that first win, and it's such a big deal in a match that you feel is getting away from you to just get that point on the board. And it's not the same as drawing a game. So he'll need to get a good win to get his confidence up.
Yeah, no, definitely. That win can definitely give him the confidence. Like, hey, my opponent can also make mistakes. I can actually beat him. This looks like a great game for Firouzja to win. He's up a pawn, up on time, and he's got... Oh, he's not up a pawn. But he has the bishop pair.
Yeah, that's pretty much like being up a pawn.
Right, okay. Well, let's see how he will nurture his advantage. Bishop e3, maybe go after the a pawn.
Yeah, if you ever trade the dark square bishops, there's definitely some hope. Remember that bishop on a1 is actually doing the most important job guarding the g7 square. So without it, position would be pretty bad.
Yeah, he still has a lead on the clock here, which is why he avoids the repetition, but he gives up the a pawn. Rook a8, clever move to get it back. Check, check, and mate. Yeah. All right, Firouzja finally gets a win and cuts the deficit down to 2 points. That's what he needed.
There you go. There you go. It was just a position where he wasn't significantly down on the clock. He was slightly better with the bishops. There were no crazy tactics, and he just outplayed Danya slowly in that game. So obviously, he'll be looking to get more positions like that aren't as risky. Danya feels like he thrives in those insane positions where he can find sacrifices and tactics.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I feel like Danya struggles a little bit in positions where he's more passive and just has to defend. I think actually nobody likes those. So yeah, let's see if Firouzja can get more of this. I like his position right here, c4, opening up the queen side.
Rook b4. So he's going to try to just hold his position on the b file here. Maybe rook back to b4 and bishop b5.
Knight c5, nice move by Danya. All right, Firouzja putting a lot of pressure here on the queen side. Bishop e3 now, and it looks tough for Danya. Can he take on d5?
Ooh. Knight takes e5. Yeah, this is pretty good for white here. Now, the only issue is that black's pieces are starting to activate all with tempo, and although you're up a pawn, it doesn't feel that good, does it?
No, rook e2, keeping the rooks on the board. All right, so rook e4 now, and at least he can get a rook in game up a pawn.
Yep. He wants bishop takes a4.
So, Amon, we've had this endgame quite a few...
Oh, rook d7 was missed. Winning the whole rook was missed.
Bishop f5 perhaps a little bit slow. He's blocking the rook, but the bishop is now stopping the h-pawn. I feel like he's doing this too slow. Push the pawn!
Yeah, nobody's pushing their pawns here.
Bishop f5. Okay, he should win this one. Take on a2, and this should be enough.
This has been fantastic.
Danya's gonna hang his rook. Just wait for it. He's gonna hang his rook somehow. He's gonna try some dirt, but I don't think it's... He's gonna do the Rosen trap. Just wait. He's gonna try it. But Firouzja gets the win. That's why he moved the king. He put the rook on c2 on purpose, and the king on b1 on purpose as well.
Yep, very tricky stuff. Even the last moments, he was still actively fighting for a half point there. That wasn't just him playing on for no reason.
All right, so Firouzja only down a point here. It seems like he's really found his footing in this match. In the meantime, we're trying to pull up the next game. But yeah, I think if Firouzja brings his A game, he definitely has a chance against Danya. Oh, here we have it.
Okay, here we go. Looking at this one, this looks absolutely terrible. And if I'm looking at the last couple games, it feels like what Firouzja has done. Not only has he made a significant comeback, but he's done so on the board. That's been where he's found success. So Danya still has that speed to his advantage, but it's been the slow, methodical positions that Firouzja is just getting those outplays.
Yeah, nice position here, though, for Danya. Rook d1 perhaps a little bit passive, but a6 is terribly weak. He can also take on c5 now. But, Amon, I wanted to ask you, who do you think is the faster time scrambler? Is it Danya or Firouzja?
I think it's Danya. And obviously, when you say that someone's fast, I think it's unfair to only be talking about speed because anybody could play fast, bad moves. So you're kind of building in the fact that you're discussing accuracy a little bit as well. I think it's Danya. We've seen it a few times so far.
Yeah, Firouzja up a piece here and a couple seconds. He has to win this game, and I think he is going to do it.
Danya's up a piece.
No, Firouzja. Firouzja's playing with... Wait, no. On Chess.com, it's saying Firouzja has the black pieces.
So Danya's up the piece.
It said Firouzja just won.
I don't know. Sorry, now I'm confused because I'm pretty sure that I just saw Firouzja play white and lose.
On my end, it was showing Firouzja with with black, and the score is even now, also on our broadcast.
Oh, okay. So now Firouzja is playing white again, which means now he's actually playing white. Okay, yeah. I think you were. You were actually right there, because the score being 4-4 is the ultimate decider. Because I was like, wow, this is like a masterpiece from Danya, like beautiful.
In the meantime, wait, what is Danya doing? He's taking a long time here, and he's not moving. Wow, that took him like 12 seconds or so.
Yeah, I don't think he spent 12 seconds on that move. Let me put it that way.
Firouzja really outplaying here on the board as well. Bishop d6, c5 is coming. If Firouzja wins this game, he actually takes the lead. Oh, there goes a bishop. But there's bishop takes f2 at the end. It's not completely over.
Wait a minute. That's oof. Okay, that's actually very clever.
A g4, great move. He's gonna take another game. King g4, that's it. And Firouzja, for the first time in the match, takes the lead.
Yeah, this has flipped completely. We talk about streaks. It was, 4-1 for Danya, and now it's 5-4 for Firouzja with 13 minutes remaining.
Yeah, there's definitely still time, but let's see if Danya can ride the ship. And yeah, we said it before the match. If Firouzja brings his A game, he can beat anyone. He beat Hikaru in 2021. So it seems like he's doing a great job here, and I also like his position in this game.
Yeah, knight b4 is a extremely powerful move. If you just play knight takes a2, I guess he's going to play d5 at the end, taking d5.
Yeah, 100%. And there we have d5 on the board. Looked natural to me, but the computer doesn't like it, because the bishop is actually just pinned. You just castle out of it.
Oh, castling, yeah. How could I miss that obvious move? Firouzja saw it. Very nice, though. That's very classy.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that Danya is keeping his bishop pinned. I thought he was going to play king b1. Rook f7, nice defensive move by Firouzja to defend the g7 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you want to find time to play rook takes g7, and it's amazing that we've had bishop on c3 and rook on g3 for like 10 plus moves now, and there's never been an opportunity to take.
All right, so Firouzja still doing great on the board, but he's behind on the clock. Let's see if he can catch up here.
Ooh, yeah, but king g4 and h4 is also a threat.
All right. Okay, down to 9 seconds. Is it going to be enough, Amon? I mean, the white king is in a bit of a mating net.
Yeah, that's the reason that Alireza actually has such a good chance here, because he could potentially win this on the board as well.
He's winning material here, and now he can make some easy pre-moves. Is it going to be enough, though? Danya is so fast. He's going to trade with the rooks. At least a draw. No, and now it should be a win. Just do the ladder. Oh, but man, Danya, he is so good at these time scrambles. He wiggled his way out of the checkmate and saves the draw.
Yeah, and what I mentioned earlier was like Danya is the favorite in the time scrambles, but in that one, it wasn't just a pure time scramble. Firouzja actually had a position to play for as well, so he put pressure on the board, and he actually won that over the board despite all the pre-moves, and he picked up all the loose pieces, so that was a really, really good time scramble by Alireza there.
Yeah, no, great stuff. And he was just not in time to get the ladder checkmate set up. In the meantime, I don't know how I feel about his... Okay, now he might be doing well, but it feels a little risky with the king on c1 and black having to have open c and b files.
Okay, bishop f5? Oh, knight e7.
You try and mate, that's why...
full piece.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Knight g8.
Is this where they say the...
rook now?
The wheels are coming off a little bit here.
Danya just lost 6 games in a row. He has to right the ship sooner rather than later.
Yeah, honestly, he might be worried about the adoption. The papers might be getting prepared here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I feel like it has happened in their blitz matches as well. So if Firouzja has a good day, he can definitely have Danya's number. So I don't know. I'm worried here for Danya. I mean, 6 games is a lot to lose for him.
I mean, that's more
c3.
games than...
That was a big blunder. Firouzja could have taken on c3 tonight.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to play that again. Yeah, rook b1 to c1.
That's why rook c1 was played.
Okay, queen e4. Maybe make
Mhm.
some threats here. Bishop e4 as well.
Yeah, this is a big game in the match. I mean, Danya's lost a lot of games in a row. There's still plenty of time on the clock, but you don't want to lose another one and be down 4.
I was gonna say, can you take on e5? It's pretty risky playing f6 like that. I don't know if that was worth it.
Yeah, I really don't like it. The black king feeling very airy now in g7, but difficult for the white piece to get to.
Queen b2, b6. I mean, the dark squares are fully under black's control, but that light square bishop is maybe the most valuable piece on the board.
Mm-hmm. All right, so queen is c2. Danya down a pawn, but still up on time. Let's see if Firouzja can get a... Oh, you threaten mate. Yeah. Oh, rook d1. At least he gets some trades in now. That's huge.
Yeah, the dark squares are really uncomfortable. The problem is that the white king just starts to run around. King f5,
Oh,
king g6.
Could he have traded and pushed the a pawn up?
I think so. Now
This
white
looks-
might actually
No, I think
win.
Danya's going to get the win. Danya's going to get the win, and that's exactly what he needed. No. It's going to be a Zugzwang very soon. He's going to... Yeah. Okay, Danya gets the win and is only down by 2 right now.
7-5 with 8 minutes left. It looked like for a moment there he just Firouzja just didn't move, and I couldn't really tell if he was like if the position was just that brutal for him, because it was losing, but I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, so, big win there for Danya. But, just imagine what would have happened if Firouzja did find that move, knight x3. It would have probably been a 4-point lead, and who knows if Danya would have come back. Now, actually, in this game, I also like Firouzja's position once again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, f4.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I just wanted to say, man, we called it before the match. Like, if Firouzja wants to have a chance, he needs to get good positions out of the opening. I feel like that's where he has his biggest edge, and that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he definitely has, like, Danya, I feel like, has maybe played, in some ways, the better bullet, but I think Alireza has played the better chess. He's really been getting his wins over the board. He's done so even in the face of some serious time deficits, whereas Danya's been a bit more focused with his style today on the board. Or, sorry, on the clock, excuse me.
Right. Yeah, no, but look at the clock here. Danya up 10 seconds. I don't see Firouzja cutting into that deficit. And we know how streaky Bullet is, right? Danya lost 6 games in a row. Maybe he can get on a streak right now.
Yeah, that's right. I think this knight is just going to be an absolute headache, jumping around everywhere.
Yeah, this position is objectively drawn, but looks very unpleasant for white to play, because you called it. Yep, there you go. There goes the B pawn. But Danya's going to get a win.
Who can keep track of these knights? I mean, the black knight has picked up literally every pawn plus the knight in the position. Alireza is going to sneak a sip of water in there with 6 minutes remaining, and Danya mounting the comeback.
Mm-hmm. No, I think a very clever decision there by Firouzja to just take a second there to reset for the next game. And here we have a Jobava London, but I don't know. Usually you don't want to take with the queen on d4.
Or if you do, I'm usually used to the bishop on f1 going to b5. So definitely e4, I think, is going to be played. Yeah, otherwise the position does not look right.
Right, but here I like white's position. He definitely has the Jobava London vibes he wants. Nice and open position, 2 bishops. And not that easy for Firouzja to complete his development, as kingside castles would hang the knight. Knight c5, maybe?
Yeah, knight c5, rook e1 looks very good.
Yeah, or just take him b7, and that's what he does. Danya, I think he's going to win another game. It just goes to show how streaky Bullet is.
Knight d4?
Knight d6, okay. Okay, Firouzja for the moment hanging in there. But wait, bishop c6 and rook d5. Oh, rook d8, nice find.
Interesting. Now, yeah, the rook's hanging. d6 is hanging, but you can take a knight d3, and white definitely stands better.
Yeah, up a pawn here, very difficult for black to do anything. And yeah, let's see if Danya can finish this one off, as he's also up on time.
b4, is it time?
Yeah, or rook c7, attack the pawns. Or yeah, I thought he was just going to take it.
Yeah, me too.
Knight takes e4, yeah, and that should be a win up 2 pawns in the rook endgame. Yeah.
c3, rook c5. Oh, now he's got that.
All right, and Danya wins a third game in a row to tie up the match. I'm on only 4.5 minutes on the clock. That's probably going to be 3 more games.
It's so streaky. It makes it so exciting. I'm trying to imagine another sport that you're watching where they just go on like insane streaks back and forth. It's so momentum based bullet chess, and it's 7-7. The match is tied. Is it time for Danya to keep streaking? Is it back to Alireza for his turn with the streak now?
I like Alireza's position here. He's got a nice attacking position, opening up the king side a little bit. Queen g3, h4 is on the cards.
Yeah, this looks very... I mean, attacking the bishop on g4... Okay, I was actually surprised by capturing, but it was actually a very good move.
Yeah, queen g3, queen h4 maybe, but Danya still has h6. It's not that easy to make inroads on the king side.
Yeah, you want to use that rook on a3, maybe rook c3. c6 is hanging, but so is f4.
Yeah, he takes on a7. This looks like a good endgame for Firouzja. Danya having a very slight lead on the clock, though.
I like knight
Knights are
d4
tricky.
here.
Yeah. And just push the b pawn. Maybe b4, maybe now. Yeah, and there he goes. b5. I think he's got this one on. b6, b7 looks very easy.
Good call. Yeah, you don't need to do anything but push the b pawn, guard the knight, and yeah, I think this is over. Rook f4 to f6, maybe?
The bishop on f7 is completely dead. b6, b7. Yeah, and Firouzja wins. That's a huge win for his confidence as he takes the lead again.
3 minutes. So even if Alireza wins this game, there's still another game for Danya. So it's almost certain that we should see some type of overtime unless Alireza just wins out from here. So Danya knows these games are crucial.
Yeah, and I like Danya's position here out of the opening. He's got some pressure on the pawn on b5, which is why Firouzja just gives it up. Can you take on b4, or is there some tactic? Or rook a... Wait, what? Maybe rook a4, and then take on b2, rook e2, queen b6, knight e6. I think something like that.
This position is looking rough for Firouzja. Maybe just b5, knight c6?
Yeah, looks very unpleasant. Also, Danya up 10 seconds on the clock, but there goes the e-pawn, or rook takes... No, rook takes e7, knight takes e3.
Yeah, rook b8, knight a4. This works out for black.
Yeah, knight c6, nice move though. All right, Danya definitely having the advantage here in the endgame.
Wow.
Not sure about that though.
Yeah, now the opposite bishops are actually not that favorable. Oh, that pawn is scary.
Right, but knight d5, he gets rid of it, and Firouzja now ahead on the board and on the clock.
Rook a8, bishop d5, but still,
I think he's going to get another win. Up 2 pawns, those are not the prettiest ones, but d4.
All you need is rook c2, to be honest.
Yeah, rook c2 now, or give a check first, or that, pick up another pawn, check on c3.
Yeah.
It's not over yet, though, which is always annoying against Danya.
Truly. I feel like the technique has not been great. It's been very good, but...
he's also up on time, though. You can't... Like, knights are tricky in time scrambles, but you can't use it, so Danya resigns. This is a must-win game for him to take the match into overtime.
Yep. You have to win. There's a minute left on the match clock. It's 9-7. Would be enough for a final score here, as he's already got that 2-point gap. All right, what do we think of Danya's position here? Early time lead. I know it's only like 2 seconds, but you build that up slowly. 2 seconds in the first 10 moves, build that up to 4, 6, and 8 seconds later.
Yeah, so he's doing a good job on the clock. Position also fine out of the opening. Knight g4. He's creating some threats here, so I think he's got a good chance for a comeback. Yeah, rook to the second rank now. Or...
Yep, a4 is hit. Pretty smart to go for counterplay there. f7's defended, so yeah, he might just play b5.
Yeah, Firouzja doing a great job defending here. He's doing very fine on the board now. Okay, who do you think has the better chances in this rook endgame?
Okay, but here's the thing. He needs to win it. Match clock is expired. Daniel Naroditsky has to win this position.
Can he do it, though? I think he can, but is he gonna do it? I don't know.
He's definitely not the favorite to.
20. Oh, there goes the pawn. That's huge. That's huge. Now, and we see that Danya was not happy to do that. I feel like Firouzja should hold. Oh, there goes another pawn. And Firouzja, don't make any pawn moves. Just make 50 moves and it's a draw. That's all he needs.
Honestly.
Oh, there goes the pawn. That's not clever. Oh, but he can go
Yeah,
for the win now, maybe.
He's starting to just get the pre-moves going. Like, rook f4, rook f2, that's the safest pre-moves you can do. So he can actually spam rook f4, rook f2 nonstop.
But does he realize that he keeps moving his rook away to the e file? I think you're absolutely right. If you go rook f4, rook f2, you should get the 50 moves in.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes it, but rook f4, rook f2, I would literally pre-move that like to the end of time.
Yeah. I mean, 8 seconds should still be enough moves to get the 50 moves in. And Firouzja moves on to the final.
Yeah, and you can just see how much it means to Daniel Naroditsky, who just got eliminated by Alireza Firouzja, but he was up against it. There's no way you could expect to take down one of the top bullet players in the world in an equal rook endgame with 30 seconds on the clock, but he put himself in that tough position. The streaks from both players, it was just Alireza Firouzja that streaked at the end, 9.5 to 7.5, as he defeats Daniel Naroditsky, who is left on the screen dejected, and we can see the updates to our bracket, Benjamin.
Yeah, devastating loss for Danya. He started off great right out of the gates, up 3 points, and yeah, this was a great opportunity for him to make it to the final and get himself a rematch with Hikaru. But in the end, it is Alireza Firouzja, an extremely impressive comeback, winning, 6 games in a row at some point, and he wins the match.
Trying to go back and think of the different streaks, it was definitely a 4-1 lead for Danya. Then it got up to 7-4, and then back to 7-7. And then finally 9-7 as the lead just kept changing hands. The streaks were back and forth, but that's bullet chess for you. Obviously, Hikaru Nakamura will be waiting for Alireza in the grand final. That is also a rematch of a previous, wasn't a final, but a previous matchup in Alireza's 2021 BCC championship run. So we're going to get set up for that match coming up in the grand final, but first, we want to let people know that Chess.com is partnering with the Disc Golf Pro Tour again. They've also launched the official DGPT Community Club for fans of both sports. You can join the club to play in tournaments against fellow disc golf fans and other players, get the latest disc golf news, win prizes, unlock other special offers, and you also get 1 month of the Disc Golf Network for free when you join. You can claim it by going to go.chess.com/disc golf or use at DGPT in the chat. Now, Bach, I'm not going to lie. I've actually not only played and tried disc golf, I was at the Chess.com event that they hosted in Florida. So I showed up there, actually recorded some pretty fun disc golf / chess events. Have you ever played, or do you even know what disc golf is?
I do not know, but it sounds like a lot of fun, so I will definitely give it a try sometime.
You got an open mind. That's good. Yeah, disc golf is just like you're literally throwing frisbees and trying to land them in like these cages, and it's you play the course as if it's a golf course. I tried it.
That's just what I was gonna say. I guess it's just golf with a disc, yeah?
It's harder than you think. And Eric and myself at ChessBra, we did take on Danny and CEO Eric of Chess.com in a disc golf match. I know Chess.com has uploaded that to their YouTube channel, so if you haven't seen that video, it's worth it to check it out. But enough of disc golf. We're back to the chess. We're just going to take a short break, so hopefully everyone is just as excited as myself and Mr. Benjamin Bach here for the grand final between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. The Bullet Chess Championship will continue after this short break.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
I was ready to give up chess altogether.
You're only given 30 seconds to make a decision and perform the shot.
You've been on top of the game now for more than a decade. How do you stay motivated? We are here at the amazing Olympus Disc Golf Course in the beautiful Florida mountains. It's the Chess.com Disc Golf Invitational. To my right, the greatest to ever do it in chess. To my left, the greatest to ever do it in disc golf. We're gonna have a blast. We're gonna dive into some disc golf and some chess questions right now.
That's one of the best turbos I've ever seen. So.
Really? Here we go, guys. You ready for some questions? Have some fun?
Yes, sir.
All right. Magnus, we're going to start with you and ask a question that I'm sure you've been asked before about when you got into chess. But because we're going to talk about these niche sports, I want to ask, when did chess become more than a hobby for you and you knew it was going to be something that might consume the rest of your life?
Well, chess is still a hobby to me.
Okay.
as well as a passion and work. Sometime in my teens, like early teens, I realized that I can be really good at this, and I started contemplating actually having a career in chess and being a professional. And I guess I decided finally when I was 16 that I was not going to pursue school after high school, and this was going to be what I do for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. For you, Magnus, speaking of sacrifice, what does that look like to be the greatest chess player of all time? What did you have to sacrifice to pursue that?
I never felt like I had to sacrifice too much, in the sense that I do also travel a lot for chess. So I guess that is the biggest sacrifice, like the time that I've got to spend at home. But it's never felt that way. It's been something that I wanted to do. Also, over time, I've become like a little bit pickier with the tournaments that I play, so that I travel a bit less in periods where I don't necessarily want to do that too much. But I still felt like I've had time to be at home with friends, family, you know, to build lasting bonds. So I feel like I've been really privileged and lucky overall.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Bullet Chess Championship. Bach, I can announce that we are finally in the grand final. We've all been waiting for this matchup, and to be honest, Hikaru Nakamura has been waiting for this matchup for quite some time as well. Let's look at the bracket. This is where we stand. On the bottom of your screen, you'll see the path that Alireza Firouzja needed to take in order to reach that grand final, to beat Nihal Sarin, to then beat Sam Sevian, and then to beat Daniel Naroditsky. But now he's up against Hikaru Nakamura, and Benjamin, taking out someone like Hikaru in order to win it, remember, he's going to have to win twice.
Yeah, Firouzja has a very tall task ahead of him. I mean, he defeated some great players to get to the final, but right now he's facing off against the final boss of Bullet, Amon. What do you think Firouzja has to do to give himself a chance in this match?
Yeah, this is obviously going to be a critical critical match for Alireza. Hikaru has cemented himself as the top dog. Before we get too deep into the chess, we will get back to our featured matchup, but also wanted to give everybody watching in chat there a quick update on the bug that happened earlier and impacted the game between Sam Sevian and Alireza Firouzja. Since people were curious about that, it was caused by a bug that first popped up a few weeks ago, and it's the result of a third-party software package. It only manifests at super high load, and it wasn't found in any testing that they did. So the good news is that they said it's been patched, and they believe the fix will be applied today. So hooray. As many of you saw, the game was replayed as the players agreed, basically because they thought that was the fair approach. The eval was about even, and so was the time. So just wanted to mention that as a bit of an update for people so that y'all have an answer. But yeah, Bach, we're moving on to the match ahead, and obviously Hikaru Nakamura is up against Alireza Firouzja. He's also the only player that we haven't really talked about as much as the other players today because quite simply he hasn't been involved in any of the matches. He definitely does not play as much as anyone else, but he is undisputed as the number one player in this tournament.
Yeah, he's a four-time Bullet Chess champion. However, the one time he did not win, he lost to Firouzja in 2021. Looking at the statistics right here, one that just stands out to me a lot is the one that, on average, by move 20, Hikaru is ahead by 4.5 seconds. Firouzja is usually not ahead, and that's also what we have been seeing in these games. I feel like Hikaru will try to get an early lead on the clock. And look at this. Even in the time scramble, Hikaru gets a little bit faster. So what do you think Firouzja should do to win some games?
Yeah, wait a minute. So you're telling me that Hikaru Nakamura, the greatest player, the highest rated player, the best player, gets even stronger at the end? It's not supposed to work like that. It's like, oh no, he gets a little bit weaker here. Okay, there's a weakness I can use. No, he gets even stronger. Fantastic. Well, good luck to Alireza because Hikaru Nakamura in the Bullet Chess Championship, he's been flawless, right? He has been undefeated. That's why he's in the winner's bracket. That's where he always finds himself. And to be honest, that one blemish on past Bullet Chess Championships was against Alireza Firouzja, right? We think back to that 2021 run, and that's the only time that Hikaru Nakamura has not been pure dominance the way that we know him. But, 4 times separated in the middle from Alireza Firouzja, and guess who he's up against today? Alireza Firouzja. Bach, is this the moment where Firouzja just ruins his streak again? Is it 2 Nakamura wins and then Alireza? Is that how we do it?
Yeah, that would be the pattern indeed. I mean, honestly, given the chess they've played this tournament so far, I feel like Hikaru is a big favorite. But if Firouzja brings his A game, he has a chance to upset him. I feel like he just has to play the openings a little bit faster. Because if he gets into a time scramble with even time, that's where he can outplay him. But he cannot fall like 10, 15 seconds behind on the clock.
Right. And Hikaru's no stranger, being the best in the world at Bullet, you obviously play the best in Bullet. So in his previous run, 2023 Bullet Chess Championship, he was up against some of the absolute best in the game. Jose Martinez, Daniel Naroditsky. I mean, look at that round 1 score against Amin Ohanian. That's a Bullet player who would crush most of us. And look at that scoreline, 22.5 to 1.5. He went on to play Alireza, who he did beat last year as well. And then finally, you know, the guy himself, Magnus Carlsen, he took down by 2 in a thrilling match. But this is back before double elimination. So looking ahead to this format with double elimination, it does mean that Alireza Firouzja has to win twice. Such a hard task.
Yeah, it's really hard. And here we see the players getting ready on the camera. Hikaru is streaming on his channel. So he's talking to the chat right now. He's looking pretty relaxed. I guess he's also listening to music. Do you feel like the music really gets him going, or do you feel like it distracts him from time to time?
Maybe distracts. I don't know. For myself, it definitely gets me going, but I'm not sure how the others play. As you mentioned, sometimes just having the headphones on, like Alireza here, just staying locked in like that. Maybe that's the way to go. But Hikaru Nakamura is definitely someone who has confidence in himself, and so I liked this quote of his where he just went out and said it. He said what we're all thinking. He said, if I play well, I'm the best bullet player in the world at bullet. I don't think there's any doubt about that, but compared to the past, I'm not always on every single day. And I think he's just speaking to the fact that, hey, he's the best at it. He doesn't have to do it all the time anymore, but whenever he needs to show up and play it, pretty impressive every time.
Yeah, I feel like he does show up almost always. Yeah, perhaps one thing, and that's also something he's pointed out as well, he feels like he's not as fast anymore, although he's still extremely fast. But he feels like players like Firouzja, they're just a little bit faster in those time scrambles. So again, that is a stage of the game where Firouzja could take a couple of games off of him.
That's right. And getting into this match in just a second, but we'll remind people of the slightly different format just compared to the last matches that we all watched here today. This one is back to 45 minutes of 1-minute chess. So a little bit extra time, an extra 15 minutes of bullet chess because, you know, this is the grand final after all. We want to give the players enough time to really determine the better player between them. Of course, a point for a win, half a point for a draw, and the players, as usual, must win by 2. And most importantly, as we keep reminding you guys, if Hikaru Nakamura loses the first 45-minute match to Alireza, guess what? They reset and they do it again. So good luck to Alireza because not only do you have to beat Hikaru Nakamura in a 45-minute bullet match, you got to do it twice. And look at how relaxed this guy looks.
Yeah, one quick little note though, if there will be a reset, that match will be 30 minutes. So I guess that is better for the weaker player on paper because, you know, you might get on a streak and then the match might be over. Whereas usually in a 45-minute match, the stronger player should win because there's more time to prove that you're better. In the meantime, what do you make of Hikaru's mood here on stream, Aman?
Just zen. I mean, this is such a funny side-by-side, the two players. It's almost like one guy is thinking about the tough match he's got ahead, and the other is thinking about, you know, what he's going to stream after the match.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to win another championship. It's going to be nice. And yeah, after that, I'll do some Bonklet speedrun. Yep. Yeah, I mean, Firouzja, yeah, I don't know. I guess he might be a little tired. He has 2 matches under his belt. That's quite a lot. I feel like 1 is good to warm up, but 2 feels like a lot.
Yeah, especially when you think about the fact that he had to go through the losers bracket. He will have to play 4 matches today if he's going to win the entire event. Because he has to beat Hikaru twice. And thinking back to his 2021 Bullet Chess Championship run, where he won the entire event, he only played 3 total matches in the entire event. And he was the champion. And he's going to have to play 4 today. So definitely the process, the selection process for finding our winner is much more strenuous now than it was a couple years ago.
Yeah, that being said, Firouzja still has a chance. If this would be single elimination, the event would already have been over. So I actually like it. But yeah, and actually, I just had a quick look. Hikaru has been streaming for 4.5 hours. Now, he usually does like 6-7 hour streams, so I'm sure he's used to it. But some fatigue could set in. So do you think that's going to be a factor, Amon?
Stream fatigue? Yeah, if he has any fatigue, he's doing it to himself, I guess. So he probably at this point in his life and his stream career, he knows his limits. So I don't think he'll be tired. That would be just either so silly or so genius to have your built-in excuse. Well, guys, I've been streaming for 4 hours, But no, I think Hikaru knows himself. He knows the conditions he plays well under. If anyone is going to be tired, I do think it will be Alireza. These matches do add up. It seems like, oh, he just played a 30-minute match and another 30-minute match, but these matches are intense. The overtime, the win by 2, some of the absolute best players in the world. It's no joke what Alireza has had to do just to be here in this match right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Hikaru's run, he's only played 4 matches so far. He beat Christopher Yu in the first round, Paravian in the second round, then Nihal in the semis, and Danya in the final. Whereas Firouzja had to win so many matches to get here, Amon.
Yeah, I'm looking at the run that Hikaru had, and the thing is, in the winner's bracket, it's just so much easier. You win a couple games, and then suddenly the total amount of matches that you have to play is way less than anyone who gets bumped down to the loser's bracket. So if Alireza makes this comeback, it'll definitely be very, very deserved. I mean, he will have literally gone through like every single player in order to make it there. So I'm told as well that the games will be getting underway in just a couple minutes here, guys. So bear with us. The players are still getting ready, although we saw Hikaru is live, so things should be all good to go in a few minutes.
Yeah, and Firouzja's last matches have also been very close. He only beat Sevian by a 2-point margin in overtime, and also the match against Danya went down to the wire. So again, I think he has to bring a better game to this match. And yeah, thinking about what he can improve upon, again, he needs to be faster. Who do you think, and how do you think he's going to deal with Hikaru's opening system, especially like the one with Knight of 3 and B3?
Yeah, that's always been troublesome. If I'm thinking back, it was Firouzja getting good openings that was what propelled him to some initial success against Naroditsky as well. But Hikaru does not usually let anyone get like very strong openings against him. It almost never happens. He's got his systems. He's booked up, basically the best in the world anyway. So you're never really going to get a quick win against Hikaru. Like, I've almost never seen it. So that doesn't bode well for Alireza. It's going to have to be in the middle games. He's going to have to get positions that sort of suit his style more, and where he's not just down a little bit of time and playing an end game against, one of the best converters in the world.
Yeah, and here we see some footage from Alireza. Like we said, this is already his 6th appearance. So he's been around for a while. And do you feel like he's at his peak right now, or do you think that was in 2021 when he actually won the BCC?
I don't know. I feel like if you're on top of the bullet game right now, meaning Alireza, meaning Hikaru, I think that you are better than a couple years ago, because I think it's harder to be on top right now. There are so many other strong bullet players. The format for this Bullet Chess Championship is much harder to make it to the finals. I think the players are stronger. So when the field is stronger and you're still on top, I do think that, and it goes for Hikaru as well. He might be the first to be like, oh yeah, I was much better, some years ago. But just think of how many other players are that much better at bullet in comparison, and Hikaru is still number 1.
Yeah, so perhaps, I guess he will be the one who can tell us the best. But, wait, sorry, there was a fly attacking me here. But I guess it might also be other players getting faster, and so he might feel slower in comparison.
That's right, but he's still making it happen on the board. I'm curious what the chat thinks. I see that there's a poll in the chat right now: Alireza W or Hikaru W to vote for your winner. So let's see.
I see, by the way, that both players took off their headphones, and Hikaru looks a little confused. So I wonder if they were told that they had to take them off, which I don't know. Like, I thought they were able to. They were allowed to wear their headphones during the match. They were not allowed to wear their headphones.
Interesting. That would. I might just leave the match right there. Yeah. No headphones. I don't think I could manage.
Yeah. All right. So the players are getting ready. They were not told that they. Anyway, there was no note at all. I guess they can wear their headphones if they want. So then, why do you think they took them off, Amon?
Yeah, I think they took them off for. Actually, I don't know exactly why, but I can tell you for sure that they took them off because they're going to be even more delayed before the start of this match. So it is going to be long enough that, you know what, Bach, I've run out of damn things to talk about. So we are going to go to a break. My favorite thing to do when I've run out of ideas. So guys, stick with us. The match is going to start. It is Hikaru. It is Alireza. This is the Bullet Chess Championship. But there's a small delay, so we'll be back with the beginning of the match. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Bullet Chess Championship. We are now ready to get set up for this grand final. There was a small technical issue. It's been resolved. We're good to go. Bach, with the match about to start, we can finally say, get really excited. 45 minutes of bullet chess between basically the two best players, Alireza, Firouzja, and Hikaru Nakamura. I think in that short little break, I also noticed, and maybe the chat noticed as well, that Hikaru, was he playing some games against Danya?
Yeah, he was playing some games against Danya. But yeah, Firouzja and Hikaru are now getting ready to play. Firouzja just won some very tough matches while Hikaru could sit back. And the players are getting ready. Hikaru looking pretty relaxed, and I'm sure that the little warm-up is going to help him.
Yeah, it looks like Alireza is getting that maybe that second cam set up, obviously in the grand final. Nothing more important than the fair play cams being ready, but Hikaru entertaining a crowd there, playing Naroditsky. He's always the showman. I mean, even when he's got a grand final match ahead of him for the championship, he's out there playing Danya in warm-up matches.
He looks a little annoyed. I guess he also expected the match to start, but it's going to start any second now. Firouzja is setting up the second camera, as you said. But yeah, look at Hikaru. He's got two nice YouTube plaques, a nice painting there of himself, and the second camera, his phone in the background to make sure that everything is running well over there. And I guess the game should be getting underway very soon.
Does anyone else play with a picture of themselves behind them? That would be... maybe I should start doing that. I think that might be what I'm missing, Bach. I'm taking notes.
And the pineapple. And the pineapple shirt. That's going to make you gain like 500 points.
I'm taking notes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right.
Alireza is in the Twitch chat. He says, I am physically too tired with all the delays. Pray for me, guys. Okay.
All right. Well, good luck, Alireza. I mean, if Alireza brings his A game, I do believe that he has a chance against Hikaru. He has done it before in 2021. So, hey, he might do it again. But he needs to believe in himself. I mean, think about it. Firouzja is still a young guy. He's only 20 years old. So, he has been going for like 2 hours or so. Hikaru has been streaming for 4.5 hours. So Firouzja just needs to get into it, and I do believe he has a chance to beat Hikaru.
Mm-hmm. Looks like both guys are set up. They're getting the cams working. It looks like even Hikaru is setting his up.
Yeah. All right. I don't know what the issue is. I mean, it should be set up correctly. You're like, oh, well, please tilt it a little bit to the right or the left. Anyway, I guess we should be getting underway any second. Now, Firouzja decided to take off his headphones. What do you make of that, Amon?
Absolutely nothing. I make nothing of that. I believe strongly that it will be irrelevant to the outcome of the match. My personal opinion.
Okay. Well, let's see how it's going to go. I mean, Hikaru should be the favorite here. He's had a very convincing run to get to the final, whereas Firouzja had some tough matches to get through. So yeah, let's see what's going to happen. I guess Hikaru is just going to stick to knight f3 and b3 because it's worked out so well for him in this event.
All right. We've been told that truly this time the games are about to start. So I could tell that Alireza and Hikaru would basically like at this point nothing more than to just get into the matches. I mean, when things happen, I think Alireza, I don't know if you could say that he was the beneficiary, but things got complicated in his match, and then immediately he won the next two games after that. So it's unclear who this will throw off more, but the match is underway. We're in game one, and 45 minutes is officially counting down in the Bullet Chess Championship Grand Final.
Yeah, and I like Firouzja's position here out of the opening. He's got a nice bishop pair. He's also up on the clock. And I'm a little bit surprised by Hikaru's opening. I felt like knight f3, b3 was working out pretty well, but this one, not so much.
Yeah.
Wait, is he hanging a pawn? Yeah. There we go. Good start for Firouzja.
Okay, yeah, queen d8, but it's not that
Queen
convincing.
D1. That's another. He can go up 3 pawns here. Firouzja should win this game. Take on c3 or f2.
Yeah, f2 is hanging, which is why knight e5 was no good.
Tricky. Oh, bishop e7. Great fight.
Wow.
I think the bishop you hang the knight, but f4. Wait. What's the move here? Oh my god. Firouzja's throwing this one.
And bishop d6, there's check before you take the queen.
And queen d6, there's also a check. Like, what do you do here? Do you take an a4? That's what he settles on. But he's way down on time now.
Amazing. It's actually, by the way, not clear that Hikaru is doing super well at this point. I know he's up a full piece. Like, how can he not be doing well? He finds great coordination there with knight d7 and queen d8 or queen b8.
I thought queen b8 was better. Yeah, he's... Okay, maybe there's a move here for Firouzja. g5 was played, but check. Oh, check and you win the queen. Yeah.
Wow. Hikaru makes it happen with the knight. Because remember, that pawn on a4 was about to start going all the way down the board. So he had to find a mating net, and he did.
Yeah, so tough start there for Firouzja. I mean, a win there would have gone a long way for his confidence, but Hikaru hangs in there and turns it around. I like Firouzja's game position in the second game as well. Can he take on d6? And he says yes.
He says yes. Hikaru immediately realizes that that was a mistake. There might be like, ooh, yeah, he just doubles. He takes the safe approach. Knight g5, bishop takes a f7, all super good moves.
Yeah, this looks terrible for Hikaru. Down 2 pawns, but we know how resilient he is in these types of positions. So let's see if he can turn another one around.
Yeah, what's interesting is that I don't think I've seen Hikaru have such a poor start when you just think about like the board. Because Alireza has been better, equal or better in both of these games so far. So it goes back to that thing where sometimes the stronger player, the higher rated player starts out a bit slower at the beginning.
Yeah, so Firouzja, he's still doing very well up on the board, but Hikaru has a lead on the clock here, check, and there's no win here. Yeah, so let's see if Hikaru can do something with that time advantage.
Bishop d7. There could be some simple.
Oh, rook c... No, wait. Oh, rook d3 was played. But the computer is saying he's winning, but how do you win after, like, a rook move? I mean, I guess you just up a couple pawns in the endgame.
Yeah, I mean, just trade, I guess.
h5 or f3. Firouzja should win this one with the h-pawn running down the board. Yeah, he's going to win the knight. This should be his game.
Yep. He's got 11 seconds.
Yeah, plan the knight on a4, and now Hikaru's still hanging in there, taking king d3. This should be a win for white, and Hikaru resigns. It's 1-1.
Yeah, one thing about Hikaru that I've always noticed, and it's just who he is as a player, is he doesn't play those positions out. You know, when it's like 5 seconds apiece, I might, a few other players might have the opinion you should play it out. Obviously, we've seen some crazy stalemates and draws that you would never expect, but you only get those by playing those positions out. I've noticed Hikaru never does. What do you think, Bach? Is that just, like that's his style? He's just like, okay, you've clearly got me here. We don't need to go through the motions. Is he giving up any potential like stalemate opportunities?
I think so, and I think it's simply because he knows, like, okay, I would win this 10 times out of 10. There's no need to play on, but his opponents might not, right? So that's why I think he should play those on a little bit longer, because he might save a couple points there.
Yep, but either way, I think he knows, like, he's the stronger player. That's the way he feels. We saw that quote leading up to the match. He feels he's the best bullet player, so let's just go to the next game, because the more games we play, the better for me as the better player. I think that's his mentality about that. It makes sense.
Yeah, great position here for Hikaru, up a pawn, very active position as well. Firouzja still hanging in there, but yeah, that quote by Hikaru, I mean, it was just shocking. Do you think people agree that he's the best bullet player in the world?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think anyone even.
Oh, 94! There goes the rook.
Fuck.
Taken c6. This is not over. Knight b4 was played.
We have to work on our timing about calling Hikaru the best bullet player.
Wait, but what is the win here? Wait, this is not over. Wait, I feel like Firouzja is... Now, he should still be winning, but it's not that trivial. King up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's blown it.
Yeah, because
Hikaru might win this one.
He really might. It's crazy.
Hikaru up a couple seconds. If Firouzja can trade off the queens, he should hold.
This should be a draw.
Hikaru... You think so?
Yeah. Draw.
What is going on?
What's
Why?
Firouzja
What,
doing?
what was that? Wait, but Hikaru, he doesn't get it done?
What did we just witness?
I have no idea. I don't know why Firouzja... Why did he pre-move king g4? He pre-moved the king away from the queen. And I thought Hikaru was going to finish it off, but he doesn't. He was one move away from checkmate.
Like I said, Bach, we're going to end in a draw. It was obvious to me. I know it might have taken the chat a while to catch on there, but that was a clear draw.
Yep, it was a clear draw. I don't know why they even played on, wasting everyone's time. Hikaru is crushing it in the next game with a nice piece sacrifice.
Yeah, he's starting to flow. He's getting that bullet flow right now.
Rook e8 apparently is not the move. Maybe something like bishop h or d5. Great move by Firouzja, keeping the e-file closed. That's key.
And look at that move, hitting the rook as well. You actually can't move either rook here. So what, queen h2? Or
then
e3?
queen f2. f4, can you take the rook? Firouzja
I would
just
play
moves the
king.
king to safety.
I would run my king away. What about rook e5?
Oh, he's taking e8 now. Then rook takes d5. Great find by Hikaru. I like black's position here with the pawns. Yeah.
Agree.
No.
Yep. Black should be winning most of the time. Bishop f7 is his last try, but no, the pawns are too quick.
Yeah, you don't get a full blockade, and again, it's going to be so much easier for black to move with the queen in the time scramble. Also, objectively, I think this is just lost. Just king up now to h4, and there he goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Hikaru takes the lead again.
He tried rook takes f2. Basically, you have to kind of catch black pre-moving the king in, because it's well known that once the king just goes to g2, the game's immediately over. So, to be honest, it was probably a smart attempt, but Hikaru saw through all that. It was never going to work.
Yeah, I mean, he still has 15 seconds on his clock, so no need to pre-move. You just hover your moves there. And in the meantime, I like his position here as well, the two bishops. This is the type of chess I think he should play.
Yep. Yeah, this is looking really good. Bishop takes g6, bishop b2 looks a bit awkward. There's knight f7, though. Wow, this really works out.
Right, but then bishop takes b2. Great find there by Firouzja. And Hikaru now getting down on time.
It's so rare to see Hikaru down like 8 to 10 seconds. It's like unheard of.
Yeah, 95, nice intermezzo there by Firouzja. I guess he should... Oh, h6, another intermezzo.
This is the thing. These guys are playing at a different level. That's the level you have to reach to be able to beat a guy like Hikaru. Intermezzo. Right when you think you can guess the expected move, nope, something else.
Yeah, I feel like there might have been something better by Firouzja. Right now it's approximately even, although slight edge for Hikaru. The time is even, though.
Yeah, the bishop really dominates the knight here, but the knight is just the best piece to have in bullet.
Mm-hmm. Right. Do you think this one is just going to be a draw, or will one of the players... I think Hikaru, in these time scrambles, he doesn't mind repeating, because he feels like Firouzja is faster.
Totally. That makes sense. Also, the knight there proves difficult. And to be honest, also on the actual board, I didn't see a way to make progress. Although, even if that's the case, sometimes you're happy to play on, even if you don't see a way through. But I think I agree with you. Hikaru, very okay to make a draw or repeat in those time scrambles, because he feels he can beat Alireza, in different parts of the game.
Yeah, I like Hikaru's position here on the board. He's got nice pressure along the F-file. Will we see another repetition? Hikaru says no. Yeah, it's... Oh, my bad. Firouzja is playing with white. And Hikaru, he usually plays the modern, but in this game, he wants to play solo with the Berlin.
Yeah, I do think that it's nicer to have the knight.
Oh,
so
that's another pawn.
Yeah, knight g5. Ideas in the future. King is so safe on h2. Wow. Yeah, this is trouble.
Yeah, Firouzja should win this game to tie up the match, but oh yeah, there goes the rook, and it's all tied now.
Yeah, that was a really strange game, because Hikaru hung his pawn on f6, his pawn on h6, and his rook on f6, all to the exact same tactic, the rook on g3. It's like the piece didn't exist to him or something.
But Firouzja has an opening disaster right here. Hikaru doing great at the start, queen b3 threatening mate, and the b7 pawn. This looks like a disaster. Check, pick up the pawn.
Complete disaster, no. Yeah.
You just kind of want to press the resign button here against Hikaru, but I feel like Firouzja should just play on.
He should. I mean, it's so over. Hikaru's like the absolute best in these technical... Bishop f4, yeah, it's just done.
All right, so Hikaru rights the ship and takes the lead once again. Okay, so let's see how Firouzja is going to deal with that loss.
Yeah, and that's Hikaru for you. Like, after such a bad blunder the game before, he immediately gets that point right back, and it's 4-3. It's like it didn't even happen.
Yeah, so interesting opening right here. Firouzja having the better structure, also probably the safer king, but Hikaru having the bishop pair.
Okay, queen e2. No, he decides to take. Yeah, that feels very smart. f3, king f2, king e3.
Mm-hmm. Hikaru trying to create some counterplay on the queen side. I don't know. I thought maybe b3 was the better pawn push, and he's now okay. Maybe trading rooks was better.
Knight a4, bishop b3.
Yeah. Okay. c4. Hikaru setting his pawns in motion, but they can also be a little bit weak.
Yeah, and white's rook can always reach g5, where it will attack and defend.
But he's giving up the b pawn here. Hikaru should be able to get at least a draw here.
Yeah, rook b4. Wow.
g5
and h4.
I don't know how I feel about this, because you're just in time with rook b1, rook h1. Or that might be even better.
Yeah,
King
rook to
e3.
h8.
No, this isn't pleasant. You might have to take on g5. Firouzja is going to be up upon you, but he's way down on time.
Yeah, this is not so simple. Rook h7, rook g7.
Oh, but he's winning now. King g3 and king f2. He's gonna, and this should be enough time to finish it off. g6, f5.
Yep.
Uh-oh, Firouzja's gonna get a win. Well, and that's what you're talking about. I feel like Danya would definitely play that out until checkmate, but Hikaru just has so much respect and resigns, and he's going... I thought he was going to go for the alien gambit.
It's weird because it was all set up perfectly for him to do it, and then he went back to h3, which I don't think is that good at all. I mean, he's going to make it work, knowing Hikaru, but yeah, something looks off here. Knight g5 to h3 is definitely not the opening.
Yeah, very weird decision there by him, because if you don't want to sacrifice the knight, then don't play knight at g5, because now he always has to deal with a weak king on h1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, take an h4 or rook h7 maybe even?
Yeah, rook h7. Okay, h4 is just hanging, but c6? Uh-oh.
Oh, queen takes h3! Queen takes h3, that's checkmate! He misses it!
Yeah, Hikaru literally just said, like, he just missed checkmate.
Oh, yeah. All right, nice lip-reading skills right there. But Firouzja still doing great here, having a small edge on the clock and a winning position on the board.
Yeah, for Alireza, it's a good thing that he doesn't know that it was mate, because he's playing the game probably thinking, oh yeah, perfect, I'm just converting here, you know, like, happy. And there you go.
Like,
He does win the
that was
game
a nice
anyway.
find. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and
exactly.
Hikaru switches back to the Hikaru system. Let's see how it will go for him.
Okay, and then we do see a lead 5-4 for Alireza. I'm not sure if that's the first lead of the match, but I believe it might be for him.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's great to see Firouzja in this final. Again, he beat Hikaru in 2021. Again, I think that if he brings his A game, he definitely has a shot at beating him.
Yeah, this is definitely not how I'm used to this system looking for Hikaru, because he plays this a lot, and like it's not usually this fine for white.
Oh wait, check in e7. Firouzja is winning another game. Take an FA with a check and then maybe just h3. Yeah, there's nothing here.
Amazing. Yeah, the rook's in a very strange square, g7, but he is winning.
I like queen e7, forcing the queen trade, and Firouzja opens up a 2-point lead.
Yeah, unheard of. But again, the fact that we're in a 45-minute match means there is lots of time. Now, we always talk about how, oh yeah, there's lots of time for a comeback. But I mean, 30 minutes, it actually is. You could go down 3-4 points and then bring it right back. We know how streaky these bullet matches can be.
Yeah, Hikaru here went for an early piece sacrifice, but I like it. He's got 3 pawns, also active pieces. I'm just that might be a blunder, but I just wanted to point out, I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru does not stick to his knight f3, b3 system, and Firouzja takes another game.
Wow, and he's going to resign it. So, again, that's a moment where I'm like, 3 pawns, opposite bishops. I know you're down a rook, but the pawns can be actually very, very difficult. I don't know. I don't agree with that resignation there.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel like he should have played it out, but maybe he thought like, oh, I'm behind in the match, but there's still plenty of time. And do you think Hikaru is a little tilted here? jamming the h-pawn of the board?
I was actually going to say maybe prior to seeing the last couple games that I don't really think Hikaru really tilts, but I think the main reason that he doesn't tilt is because
E7 is what,
Oh
and he
my
just
goodness.
resigns. What is going on?
He's completely. I mean, like
Firouzja's laughing.
he's actually cracking a smile. Yeah, I mean, but Hikaru's resigning immediately. I don't know. Definitely,
I mean, just make
he's
the
tilting.
guy play e7 or rook d7 or whatever it is, and then resign. But yeah,
We must be in another game here.
yeah. Hikaru looking. He is looking tilted. He is looking tilted. Let's see if he can shake it off.
Yeah, just so you guys know, they are in another game. We're just pulling it up here. In the meantime, not only can we bring you guys the game, but we can also bring you quite literally Alireza's screen. This is his actual screen. So there you go. It's being recorded.
And what's very interesting is that he's using. Oh, we have the board right here. What's very interesting is that Firouzja is using the same board as Hikaru. I mean, Aman, I think Firouzja is winning again with all of the pawns on the king side.
Yep. Yeah, it certainly looks like it. The knight on c6 is trying to be as tricky as possible, but the black pawns are so
G3?
dangerous. Yeah.
G3. What is he doing? That's another piece. There's going to be another win for Firouzja. Is that going to be like 5 in a row?
Probably the most dramatic thing that could ever happen. Is Hikaru?
What?
Is he quitting?
But he's upset. What is he doing? He's like, okay, I'm done. I'm done.
I
That
think
it
he's
literally
quitting.
looked like that's what he was saying.
He's turning off the second camera.
Wait, what is he saying?
Unless I'm missing something else. But he just lost how many games in a row? At least 5?
Let me do a
maybe
quick
more?
check. Hikaru lost. Wait. No, he lost. No, he didn't lose too many. Quite a lot.
It was 4-4, so it's at least 5, but maybe more. So I'm not sure if he's having a conversation about something, but it looked like he kind of took the headphones off, like kind of did the hands, like he's kind of done with it. But Alireza is smiling. Something. I don't know if they're talking to each other or someone else.
I think he lost 5 games in a row, but yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Let's hope we can get him back in here soon. In the meantime, the match clock is still ticking, I see. I wonder if that will be reset or, if Hikaru is behind, it's going off of his time for a comeback.
Yeah, Alireza is kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, but like wry smiling about something. No idea about what or who he's chatting to, but both players are definitely not playing a game right now, and Hikaru is actually not seated, so waiting to see what happens. And the match clock has been paused.
Right. I have no idea what is going on. Yeah, like why did Hikaru just leave his chair? Because I think usually you're not allowed to take breaks during these matches.
Yeah, the players are both having their separate convos with the Chess.com team. Hikaru's obviously upset about something, right? I mean, he wouldn't just stop playing the match, so I don't know if it... I don't know exactly what it is, but hey, we got to call it like we see it, Bach. At the end of the day, I didn't see any connection issues that were kind of on top of any of these games. At the end of the day, Alireza just beat Hikaru at was it 5 games you said, or?
Yeah, he lost 5 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken, because it was a 4-3 lead for him. Yeah, and then he lost. Oh no, wait, it's 6. It's 6.
That's what I mean. Yeah, 6 in a row. Like that's the most games. I want to even just say it. That's the most games I've ever seen Hikaru lose in a row in any time control. Truly, he's that dominant that I can't even recall him losing 6 games. Whereas I lost 6 games yesterday.
Yeah, no, absolutely crazy stuff. I think he might be a little bit annoyed because Firouzja was. I think it took a while for the match to get started. Maybe he's a little bit annoyed about that, but he should be the better bullet player. So he just needs to pull himself together. Also, even if First of all, there is still time for a comeback in this match. 26 minutes is still a lot. And even if he loses, he can still win the second match. But yeah, what do you think is going on?
I can say that Alireza is like actually just laughing at something. Like
Right.
I think he just finds the situation funny, but like he's definitely just finding something legitimately hilarious. Hikaru's not happy. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. I'm here to give you guys an update when I have it. So believe me, I'm in the dark like you guys, waiting to hear what the discussions are about.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on over there. Yeah, I assume soon we are gonna pick up again. And
well,
and continue the match.
I don't know. I don't know. I know the match took a little while to like actually start, so I don't know if it's like related to that again. But let's just talk about what we do have. You know, there might be discussions that the players are having, and they're unhappy about something. But guess what? We are in the grand final of the Bullet Chess Championship, and the score is 9-4 for Alireza. And he just won 6 games in a row against the guy on your screen right now, Hikaru Nakamura. And to be honest, that's just unprecedented. Like, I have to give credit to Alireza for that. Beating Hikaru in a single game feels like an accomplishment, and he just did it 6 times in a row. I have to admit, you were asking me about tilt and Hikaru, and I was ready to say, like, actually, no, I don't think Hikaru tilts that much. Literally his best strength. But Alireza has beaten him before in the Bullet Chess Championship, and he was beating him pretty badly 6 games in a row right there. So maybe we actually did see, maybe for the first time, Hikaru legitimately tilted.
Yeah, so this break might come at a good moment for him. He can shake off some of the tilt. But yeah, I mean, losing 6 games in a row, we've said it. I don't think I've ever seen that happen to him. So let's see how he's going to pull himself together.
Yeah, I think we are ourselves going to take a break while we sort this all out, because when I have an update, I will relay it to you guys in the chat. So we're taking a short break. The flies are going to stop annoying Bach, and we will be back right after this for Hikaru versus Alireza, the conclusion.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
In this video, I'm gonna show you top 5 scholar-made attempts in Champions games. Before we dive into the games, I would like to show you the pattern if you have not seen it yet. Well, this happens when white goes with 1e4, black responds with e5, and white plays queen to h5. This queen gets into the game way too fast, attacks the pawn on e5. Now black plays knight to c6, guarding the pawn, and white goes with bishop to c4. White's 2 pieces are attacking on f7 and would like to capture this pawn, and if black is careless and plays knight to f6, then we have queen to f7, and this is a checkmate. Scholars Made attempt 2 by Hikaru. Here we have this game between Hikaru and Filipov Anton, and we have 1e4, e5, queen goes on h5, and g6 once again. Hikaru plays queen to f3. once again gives a try to checkmate Black's king. Black says, no, I see that, and knight to e2. We have seen already this kind of position earlier in the first game, so Black plays bishop to g7 to make sure that the king is castled, and here Hikaru goes with d3. Black responds with d5, attacks right away in the center. White captures this pawn, and Black goes with knight to b4. The pawn on c2 is hanging, so White has to play bishop to b3 to guard this pawn, and now we have knight to d5. And here we have this endgame where White has very active pieces. Both rooks are controlling the open files, and the bishop is controlling this diagonal. As you can see here, those pieces are concentrated mainly on the queen side, and they are not actually so active. And the king is all the way here on the king side, just alone. So White is using this and plays rook to e7, gives a check. If king goes on the back rank, it will be a checkmate. So Black goes to king h6 now, and here we have rook to d6. The pawn is hanging, and it's not just a pawn, it's going to be a checkmate. So king goes back on g-file, plays g6 to guard the pawn, and we have bishop to c4 attacking the rook. But what is actually the idea of this move is that White wants to play bishop to d3 and checkmate this king next move. There we go. This is the checkmate that happened in this game, and second attempt of Scholar's mate in fact worked out. This game has ended in 39 moves. It was not a checkmate in 4 moves, but I think White got really nice play on the king side.
Okay. Whoa. All right. Well, guys, we have resumed. The games are back on. We've jumped back into the action here. And I guess the resolution is, you know what? There was a delay at the start. There's a delay in the middle. Guess what? Both guys are still here to play. It's still the Bullet Chess Championship. And no one really wants to take the loss in this match. So here we are. We're back.
Yeah, it was just a halftime break, nothing going on. In the meantime, this position looking pretty even, both on the clock and on the board. Firouzja getting his knight to d6. That's a nice score for his knight.
Yeah, this game is a little interesting because the d4 pawn is so weak and can be targeted, but the knight on d6 is incredibly strong. Alireza, 9-4, and let's remember that he won 6 in a row. So, I mean, his momentum is kind of thrown off, but he's still the same player that he was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, knight takes f7 there. Okay, Hikaru does not... Wow, he does not take the knight. Maybe knight takes h6 here, or rook b7. This looks quite scary. Why did he not take the knight?
Okay, I was going to say, is there a draw there? Wow, this is actually really clever by Hikaru. This does not look fun. I would play king h1, maybe?
All right, let's see. Yeah, I think it is a draw.
Take the draw,
Firouzja just takes it.
Yeah. Yep. Man, those knights are so scary, Bach. Like, they could win the game easily. It doesn't even matter about the queen.
Yeah, and we have another Sicilian here. Yeah, I think a very clever decision there for Firouzja to take the draw, especially given the fact that he's up in the match. Again, I'm surprised that Hikaru is completely switched away from his system that has been serving him so well throughout this event.
Yeah, he's basically playing... almost feels like he's playing some proper openings, which he obviously can, but to be honest, he's made a career out of not needing to in Bullet.
Yeah, rook f2 clever move. Firouzja sacking the exchange there and going h5, but it doesn't feel like this should be enough.
It doesn't, but you can see how this is super tricky to handle. Knight g4, bishop g5. It's about the practical elements as well, but Hikaru realizing that it was pinned to the rook on h8, so it was like a fake threat.
Yeah, king h1, great move there by Hikaru, and I was sure that Firouzja was going to sack, but he didn't. Now, Hikaru up the exchange. Oh, but knight takes d3. Great find. And this one might... Oh, there goes the rook and e1. What is Hikaru doing?
Wow. An entire rook, just completely blind to that move. He's shaking his head there.
Okay, takes on b7. Bishop takes g5. Is the knight wiggling... Wait, queen takes e1, rook d8. It's just... Oh, a queen b4, bishop b7.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be a pin somewhere here because the e4 pawn is dropping and you can't move the knight.
I don't think he's saving this one either. Rook takes d6. Firouzja gets another win and takes a 6-point lead.
Amazing. Yeah, that's 7 wins out of the last 8 games for Alireza Firouzja.
I thought that break came at a good time for Hikaru to shake off some of the tilt. He doesn't look tilted to me, but he is losing more games. So, Aman, what does he have to do to turn this one around?
My goodness, I don't know. Like, this feels like a bit of unprecedented territory. I was saying I haven't really... Oh, my goodness, Alireza.
What just happened there?
Hey, you were asking what he needs?
At the right moment.
Yeah, this is what he needs. This is what
right
he needs.
What Aman Hamilton ordered. Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
He's going to get the win here.
Rough. Just make a queen.
Okay, so 5-point lead, still quite a lot for Firouzja, but there's still a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, there really is 22 minutes here. I know it's a big lead, but there's probably nobody scarier than Hikaru Nakamura chasing you while you know that he's like motivated. You know, for whatever reason, Hikaru looked like he didn't want to continue the match, but it's pretty scary to have someone from that mentality all of a sudden back and locked in the match. So good luck to Alireza defending this lead.
Yeah, but he's doing great. Wait, knight a5. Okay, knight a5. He's hanging the pawn on b7. He can take on c2 though with a nice position for black.
Yeah, interesting. The bishop is a lot better than the knight at the moment. You have to watch out for f7.
Okay, Hikaru pushing the e pawn off the board. Again, I feel like these Sicilians aren't quite working out, and takes on a3. Firouzja doing great here, but I was going to say, I feel like the Sicilians aren't working out for Hikaru, so why does he not switch back?
I mean, at this point, he's in kind of unprecedented territory yet. He's not used to losing this much, so he's just going to keep trying different things. The worst thing to do, to Hikaru's credit, he's changing it up. I think the worst thing is to sit there and just let it keep happening.
Queen c6, g4, nice defensive find by Hikaru. This still looks very unpleasant to defend. Queen e2, well, I don't see a move.
Yeah, queen c3.
I think he's losing another one. Okay, Firouzja still needs to finish it off, but I guess there's no moves. Queen d3. Uh-oh, Hikaru's still hanging there.
Amazing. Yeah, I thought this was over at g4, though.
I thought so, too. But Firouzja declining the queen trade. Huh.
Yeah, okay. Takes on h3, and if he trades the queens now, it's got to be enough.
Right, but it's still... Okay, there goes the pawns. This should be a win for Firouzja, who's also up a second on the clock.
Yeah, and the queen on e6, so good. It defends everything. There were no checks there. That was a pretty impressive win by Alireza.
Yeah, and it's back to 6 points. Hikaru playing the Alekhine, or this variation of the Scandinavian. Do you think that's also a little bit of tilt, or do you think that's a normal opening for him?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely related to the match score and how many games he's down at the moment, that he's trying these kind of different things. But Hikaru's at the level where he's strong enough that I don't think any opening from him is really like trolling or, like he could literally play the bomb cloud and still win in bullet.
Right, but he is going down the exchange here. H6 is hanging as well. He's really blundering a lot.
He is. He's definitely rattled. He's not the usual like flawless Hikaru bullet that we're used to seeing. Rook e6, and is it going to be knight f4? Amazing tactic.
Yeah, and he's going up 2 pawns here, and the black king is super weak. But and Firouzja wins again. He's up 7 points now. Now keep in mind that even if Hikaru loses, there is still a second match. But Aman, do you think he will throw off the tilt before that second one starts?
Nope. I do not. I was ready to answer yes, but after the reset, it just feels like more of the same. Alireza is still dialed in, and it looks like he's getting the position that he wants here as well. Bishop h3, knight g5.
This looks great for black, especially in the bullet game. Queen g5 now, followed by h4. Looks extremely difficult to defend against.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight g4 looks like fancy, but I'm not sure it actually threatens anything.
Oh, okay. Knight g4 hitting f2. Queen c2 maybe to defend. Yeah, and that's what Hikaru goes for.
Makes sense. Feels like black needs another piece in there.
Yeah, and that's why he goes bishop h6, putting more pressure on e3. Wow.
Is this enough? Everything's defended.
No, a7. And, okay, Hikaru should win this game, and that is what he needs to get back in this match. Keep in mind, everyone, even though Hikaru is down by a lot, there are still 18 minutes on the clock, and he would only need to be down by 1 to force overtime.
I was going to say, I know Hikaru's up 2 pieces, but this is such a tough position to play properly. Look, he's up so much time, he has to go for the win in this game. Also, the match score.
What? If he loses this one, he's going to... Wow, and a 3 full repetition.
Yeah, so honestly, Hikaru might have even been in trouble almost, so I'm not sure which player is happier about that result, but I think Alireza is going to be very satisfied. He's literally down 2 pieces and got a 3-fold repetition. He'll take that.
Yeah, and he is up in the match, so, any draw is fine. That's going to bring him closer and closer to the match victory. Hikaru blitzing out this opening, but I think he's doing pretty fine.
Yeah, I want to play knight c3, knight b5 so badly, but you just can't because the c4 pawn. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, he gave up the e5 square. I don't like that decision. Now there's a lot of pressure on c4. Hikaru doing great here. He's up 10 seconds, also a nice position, but Firouzja does get the knight to b5.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about it. Wasn't there a moment where he could just take it on c4? I think he missed it.
Yeah, knight b2. Okay, he's setting the a-pawn in motion right now. Again, Hikaru just needs... Well, we're saying he needs a win. He needs a few wins in a row, and then he can probably get back in the match.
Yeah, 15 minutes. And you can't take on b2 here because the bishop on e3 hangs. Oh, this is bad now.
Yeah, take on f1, take on c4, or rook b8 is a little bit tricky now. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, I was gonna say he wants to sack on c5.
This should be a win for Hikaru. Okay, maybe just trade him bishop b2. Okay, yeah, he should win this one. He's way up on time, winning position. So let's see if he can win a few games in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Trade. Yeah.
Yeah, the trade is very, very smart, and the d-pawn will just decide it, I think.
Yeah, with the queens on, of course, anything can happen. Okay, Firouzja, he could milk some clock here. I guess that's what he's doing by just sitting here. Or he could make a few more moves.
This is probably, I mean, Firouzja is definitely doing that because it's smart to do, but also because of who he's playing. I've literally never seen anybody do that except Hikaru. So I think for Alireza to be able to milk the clock against Hikaru is kind of a, might only be able to do that a few times in your lifetime.
Yeah. I like Hikaru's position here. I mean, again, this is his bread and butter, slight advantage in the knight of 3, b3 system. This is where he feels at home, maybe like 95 now, and I think you're already winning.
Yeah, this position has really gone well for Hikaru, and he's chipping away at that lead slowly.
Yeah, it is still 6 points for the moment. That's quite a lot. Okay, Firouzja has the worst behind him, it feels now, but still, the c5 pawn is so weak.
Yeah, just double the rooks. Or why not take with the other rook? That was
weird. Yeah, Hikaru up a pawn here, but the knight is now jumping around bishop f3. Nice move, stopping knight e4. Again, if he gets another win here, that would be a start of a comeback.
I realized he was going to blunder the pawn fork e4, which is why he took with his exposed rook. So, yeah, he saw a lot further than I did there. And as a result, he's down a pawn, bishop against knight. The knight will be great if it can join the game, but you can see how all the squares the knight wants to move to are dominated.
Uh-oh, but Hikaru lost his extra pawn. Now the knight jumps back. Firouzja has great chance to draw here, but rook d7, that's a nice find by Hikaru.
Yeah, rook f8.
I don't think Firouzja is going to save this one, given the time situation and the b pawn. Nah, this is going to be win. Yeah.
Yeah, this is too good. There isn't rook c8 because of rook takes b7. Kind of a weird tactic. We see the pre-moves from Firouzja. Remember, Hikaru. This is not Hikaru's specialty.
Yeah, he picks up f7, though. It's still not over. Oh, wait, this is coming down to the wire. Uh-oh. There goes the rook. No, it's going to be win. Yeah.
Yep, this should be a win. That was a very impressive time scramble by Hikaru, considering the fact that Alireza probably feels that getting into time scrambles against Hikaru is the exact place where he can expect to score points. So a lot of credit to Hikaru for navigating that very difficult time scramble and ending up with the full point.
Yeah, he's now 5 points behind, which is still quite a lot. I mean, there's still 13 minutes on the clock, but Aman, if Firouzja gets another win, it's starting to get into the territory where you can't come back mathematically. So Hikaru needs to stack up some more wins in a row.
Yeah, I've kind of always been operating on the 4-point gap at 10-minute mark. That's usually where I think the players should be to make a comeback. So, if he can win this game and then, not lose the next one, I think he's got a great chance. I think he's got to score like 1.5 out of the next 2 games.
Yeah, but I don't like his position right here. He's down a pawn. I don't think he's got enough compensation. That being said, it's still very tricky.
It is. The white queen, though, is slowly but surely going queen g3, queen h4, queen h7, and, I mean, as soon as it gets down there, that's...
Yeah, okay. Knight f3. Queen a1, tricky move, but knight b5, threatening to go queen a7, rook b7, nice move by Hikaru to stop it. Wait, queen c5 maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, there goes the rook. Oh.
Yeah, he was just going for the typical fork. Hikaru losing this one. He's got to resign this one quickly. I do agree with that. So, hey, if you're Hikaru, I think this one is almost a must-win.
This is a must-win, yeah. I think if he loses this one, he will be down 7 with like 10 minutes on the clock. I don't think you can make up that lead. So I think he needs to win pretty much every game now.
Yep. It's starting to get to that territory. The math can be done on, just how long it takes for these bullet games to happen, and eventually you start running out of time.
Yeah, we have some mainline semi-terrace on the board again. I don't know why he's not sticking to knight of 3 b3. I like his position now, though, given the fact that he doubled the black pawns.
Yeah, extremely nice position, very much Hikaru style. The only thing that's not great about this, that he will not care about, is the fact that it takes a while to win these positions.
Yeah. Would be nice for him to blow Firouzja off the board. Rook g5, the pawn on f. Oh, but there goes the bishop. Okay, Hikaru is gonna win this one. Firouzja should try to milk this one out for as long as possible.
That's right. That's right. And for Hikaru, that's actually really important that he was able to just win the bishop, because he's going to save probably 30 seconds on this match that would have been otherwise spent.
Yeah. All right, so let's see how much longer Firouzja can drag this one out. He just needs to play quickly until it's checkmate on the next turn, and then just let the clock run.
I feel like he's doing a pretty good job, but there's checkmate and there's no stalemate because the H-pawn exists.
All right, Aman, you know what time it is? It's time to take a sip of water.
Okay, wait a minute. You and Hikaru coordinated that.
Yeah,
oh,
and Firouzja does it as well. Okay, he lets the time run out because it's going to be checkmate on E6 on the next turn.
I was late there. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was that time.
Yep. All right, so still a 5-point deficit for Hikaru. He needs to win this one as well. Again, I think a loss is just mathematically over. Oh, wait, Firouzja. He took a little bit too long of a sip there, I guess.
Oh, both guys are talking about the same thing here, I think. They're definitely not talking to each other, but that would be funny.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened there. Wait, Firouzja getting way too far behind on clock here. Again, this is what Hikaru needs. He needs some wins in a row. Wait.
Okay, well, obviously Alireza's not intentionally letting his clock run. He obviously can't make a move here.
Uh-oh. All right. Well, seems like Hikaru is gonna win this one, and who knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah, Alireza just have to make sure he knows that, milking the match clock. This is not the way that you do it.
Yeah. Okay, it's back to 4 points now. Yeah, let's see what is gonna happen. I guess it will take a while before the next game starts, and perhaps we should pause the match clock again as there's no game underway right now.
Yeah, I can't tell if they're getting the next match underway, what they're going to do with that one.
This is great strategy by Firouzja. I mean, he loses the game, but he can now let the clock run out.
Yeah, so maybe I need to take a lesson from him in running the match clock.
Hikaru talking to the proctor, it seems right now, through his phone. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, yeah, we'll have a look.
It's definitely, I think this, earlier, it probably, was helpful for Alireza, the controversy, but now I think it's swinging back in Hikaru's favor. He's down in the match. He's definitely not having his best match. So this is yet another break. I mean, he's probably just finds the whole situation just like comical. So I think this is good for Hikaru. There's 8 minutes left. Everything's thrown up in the air now. I don't know what's going to happen.
And keep in mind, he only needs to make up 3 points. If he's only down a point, the match will go to overtime. But, 4 points is it's still quite a tall task ahead of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think both players are once again in contact with Chess.com, who's relaying things from their end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So 8 minutes. I mean, I think in 8 minutes they can definitely still play like 5 games. So even you can still concede like a draw or something. But I think a win for Firouzja would just pretty much end the match.
So the greatest thing about this, from if I take myself out of the commentary box and just imagine myself as a chat member enjoying the drama, the great thing about this is that everyone has something to complain about, like everyone is like, oh, this match because of that, this match because of that. So it's a complete mayhem here. But you know what? I believe Alireza did just lose connection there. We all saw it. So I think they are probably going to approach it. Yeah, okay. They are going to approach it the exact same way that they did in the previous match. Even Hikaru can see that wasn't Alireza just like sitting there not moving. So they've struck the game. They've also reset the match clock. As we can see, it's not even ticking right now. So they're either resetting it or they're pausing it to let it catch up. But yeah, they're approaching it the same way as Sam Sevian versus Alireza from earlier.
Yeah, I like Firouzja's position here. G4, he's trying to blast open the king side. Again, like a win here for Firouzja would pretty much end the match, and I don't see how Hikaru hangs on here. Like knight G5 or something, this looks crushing.
Yep, and they are letting the match clock catch up. I see that it's just been removed, so maybe they'll decide to add the time back right away. But absolutely, the clock time that there was, I think it was like 9 minutes something. I think we were at 8:57 or something like that when this match started, and it just stayed frozen. So that's how the clock times got added back, and just like that, Bach, that was a win. We barely even saw it.
Yeah, a win for Firouzja and a 6-point lead and only 8 minutes on the clock. I think, Amon, we're headed to a reset. I don't think Hikaru is going to make up that difference. Although he is trying his best to play as quickly as possible, but I think he just can't make up the difference.
He is, but it's also just not his match. You know, not every match is your match. He definitely has played. You could think about all the issues that have happened, but he also just hasn't played to his level this match, and he'll be the first to admit it. So the fact that there is a reset is exactly, I think, what he's probably looking forward to right now.
Yeah, and again, then they'll just start from zero. That one will be 30 minutes, though, so there will be no... Wait, Rook takes G2, that's another game for Firouzja. There will be no room for tilt in that one, because, you know, it could be over before you even realize it.
Yeah, and this one is definitely over the 7.5 minutes, but for every minute on the match clock, there's basically a game that Hikaru has to make up. So it's obviously just not possible. So I think we will be going into a bracket reset. Remember, it's double elimination, so Hikaru playing from the winner's bracket hasn't lost a match yet. You need to beat him twice in order for double elimination to be fair.
Yeah, everyone in this tournament has 2 lives, so Hikaru will lose his first life right now, but he still has another one. I think these last games of the match are still important for the confidence of both players, and to make sure that they will go into the reset with a fresh state of mind.
Now, really thinking here is Alireza. He does come up with King B1 and Queen C2, which I think is correct.
Yeah. Okay, Hikaru is setting up some tactics with Queen B5. He's got a big lead on the clock here. Let's see if C4, that's a nice find.
He's gonna trade. Rook C6 was there.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's see. Can Hikaru... I think it's a smart decision by Firouzja to trade off some pieces, because it's either a draw... I guess not anymore after take and...
But why not A3 before?
Yeah, wait, what is the win there for Hikaru? I guess it might have been G6. And if H4, F5, and if H3, G5. Anyway, it doesn't matter for the match. We're going to go to reset. But it would be nice for Hikaru to get a few wins for his confidence for the next one.
Like, here's what I think as well about all the things that the players have had to deal with, both of them, like back and forth in this match outside of the chess, is that when it has come down to the chess, and we've seen tons of games just played under fair circumstances here, when it has come down to the chess, Firouzja's just been better in this match. So at the very least, it's not like the match was really shifted. It wasn't like, oh, Hikaru was completely winning this match. Something happened. Now Alireza is completely winning. Alireza was kind of dominating this match from the beginning. Like, once he got those 6 wins, things have happened, but the chess has just not been there for Hikaru. So he'll just have to bracket reset and come back like the Hikaru that we're used to, because guess what? He can still win this bullet chess championship, right? Once they reset, he can just wipe the floor with Alireza. it's not a guarantee for Alireza.
Yeah, they'll just start from 0. In the meantime, he is finishing off this game. Firouzja is just going to make some more moves and then let the clock run out.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Perhaps it is what he said. He said, I am the best bullet player in the world, but sometimes I'm not. There are still a few... No, now is the time for Firouzja to drag it out.
I'm also the best bullet player in the world, but often I'm not.
Yeah. Your pre-moving is impressive, though. Like, I've seen some of the videos you guys posted when you have, like, 3 seconds left, you can win, like, anything. But, yeah, I don't know what it is. Do you think it's just not his day today?
Yeah, I don't really know exactly what's going on because, to be honest, this isn't something that I can say I've seen before. But, for one reason or another, it's not just it's like everything. It's actually the moves on the board are not the usual ones. It's not like he's getting flagged. It's like, no, he's actually just blundering a lot. I've never seen Hikaru hang so many pieces. So it's definitely not his day. I think it's fair to say something like that. Kind of a blanket statement, but I don't really know how else to describe it. I really haven't seen Hikaru tilt. Haven't seen him blunder hanging like full pieces the way I have today. It's very unusual.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps it could be the fatigue setting in a little bit. I mean, I said it before, he has been streaming for like 5 hours at this point. It does, it can tire you out a little bit. So that might be a thing. But again, yeah, he just needs to reset. Keep in mind that when they play the reset, they're just going to start from 0. And
Yep.
he's at least getting some wins here to get his confidence back.
Yep. Yeah, he is. The match will end. But, for Firouzja as well, it's obviously not the most important to win every game at the end like this. But I think for Hikaru, it's a good sign. Like, the longer the match goes, he's kind of getting back into it. So that's the right idea.
Yeah. All right. So, and I think also for Hikaru, I feel like these Sicilians haven't quite been working out. So, again, I've said it before, I think he just needs to switch back to knight of 3, b3. Because I felt like the few times he did play this match, he was getting nice positions.
Agreed. Yeah, that's the thing that it's easy to forget about Hikaru when he plays bullet. He plays all these like systems and just things that are easy to play. But if he just wakes up and wants to play those middle games, maybe some more opening theory, just the classical stuff, he can. And he's kind of crushing Firouzja in these last couple games, which you can't take it away from Hikaru. He's getting all these wins, but Firouzja is definitely taking his foot off the gas a little bit, right? He knows he's got that match win.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case here. And but that being said, I think for Firouzja, it would be nice to go into the reset after having crushed Hikaru. Now,
Yeah.
Hikaru must be feeling a little bit more confident going into
I
that
agree.
one. And Firouzja, he might start to, doubt a little bit. Like, hey, I mean, this guy actually can beat me a couple games in a row as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, agreed. Knight a7 to c6.
All
And,
right.
yeah, I
Given
think
the
we'll
fact
get one more game, right?
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah, just a little bit more than a minute. So this is the penultimate game. And Hikaru is going to win this one. So he's going to be behind by 4. If he wins the last one, it will only be 3. And that also looks more respectable, again, just for his morale for the reset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's got this one.
Yeah. All right, so Firouzja can literally just let his time run out in the last game. I don't think he's going to do that, but he can. All right, so the last game is going to start now.
Yeah, and I suppose they will definitely play this one. And this will be the final game. And even if he wins it, obviously the win by 2 is very much in effect here, no matter
What's going on? We blinked and Hikaru is already getting crushed. Queen h6, bishop g6. That must feel good for Firouzja that this is the final game.
I can't lie. Yeah, we were talking about how it's nice to get crush and just go into the break absolutely dominating. This is exactly that.
All right.
So he just did that. Yeah. Wow. Definitive win in the last game, 17.5 to 12.5. Alireza Firouzja has done 50% of the work that he needs in order to win the Bullet Chess Championship over Hikaru Nakamura. He's beaten him in the first match, which forces a grand final reset. So, in the grand final, of course, you're going to have to win by 2. But Bach, you were mentioning that the time is short.
Yeah, it will only be 30 minutes of bullet now, so again, there's even less room for tilt in this match. We see the bracket right here. Hikaru won the winner's final, but in the grand final he loses to Firouzja, so we will have a reset. I'm very curious to see how he will do that time around. Do you think he is shaking off some tilt, or do you still feel like that's there?
Absolutely. Like, I'm not saying it's going to disappear, but the break will be needed. I'm sure just starting from 0 will mean a lot. And guess what? Just because the match went one way in the first time doesn't mean they just reset and it happens the same way again. Bullet's unpredictable, momentum, streaks, anything can happen. We are going to have the grand final reset between Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura. This is the finals of the Bullet Chess Championship 2024, but we're going to a break before we get set up for that match. Be right back.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Por fin. Ya estoy con la bandera de México desde hace ya algunos meses. Cuando juegue, el siguiente torneo va a ser por México. Sí. La victoria. Se pueden plantear muchas teorías de por qué la gente me acusa a mí de trampas, ¿no? Principalmente porque Chess.com hizo una lista de los que más habían ganado premios y los que más habían tenido un buen top 5 durante todo el 2023, incluso 2022. Y yo creo que aparezco después de Magnus y Hikaru, de los que más ha cobrado en los Title Tuesdays. Y yo creo que la gente juzga mucho por lo primero que ve, ¿no? Pero no juzga que pues uno juega 100 Title Tuesday mientras que la mayoría juega 40, 30, 50 porque anda haciendo otras cosas, juega torneos presenciales, yo qué sé. Tendré pues 20, 30 partidas bien jugadas, perfectas, que tú dices, este güey juega como 2800 FIDE, pero pues o sea, es porque muchas veces estoy jugando mi terreno, partidas donde yo sé qué va a pasar, y tengo estudiado, juego 1000 veces una misma posición y ya las 20 primeras jugadas van a ser las primeras del módulo porque ya las he analizado, sé por dónde va, sé por dónde no va, y pues tengo un estilo de juego donde te agarro y te remato bien. O sea, mi estilo de juego es que tengo una ventaja y muchas veces remato casi a la perfección, ¿no? Pero tengo otras falencias en mi juego que algunos jugadores ya se dan cuenta dónde fallo, ¿no? Jugadores que ya juegan mucho conmigo me juegan de tal forma que no les puedo ganar casi porque ya se están dando cuenta de dónde fallo, ¿no? Básicamente, si haces trampas ahí, pues lo haces por ganar un premio, ¿no? No lo haces por querer ganar a alguien. Sería, creo que lo más tonto del mundo, ¿no? Yo juego todos los Title Tuesday y he visto poquísimos casos de gente que en el papel no debería cobrar y cobra. O sea, la gente que veo que cobra casi siempre es porque pues, ya tiene un nivel o antes o después o lleva años practicando como yo. Entonces, yo creo que no debería pasar del 5%.
welcome back to our coverage of the Bullet Chess Championship 2024. Joined again, as always, by Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. Benjamin, let's take a look at our bracket because we have a reset in the grand final, and what a journey it's been for both of these players. But, I particularly look at Alireza because he's had a longer journey, to be fair. What do you make of the storylines here? Alireza coming out of the losers bracket, but making his case that he can be the Bullet Chess champion.
Yeah, Hikaru had a very convincing round before this final. He won all of his matches, including Danya. Firouzja lost the match early on and had to come all the way back to the losers bracket, but he just crushed Hikaru in their match. And Aman, let's talk about the format of the reset.
Yeah, the reset, most importantly, is 30 minutes. That's all you need to know. That's the difference. Everything else stays the same, except that we will have an absolute winner of the Bullet Chess Championship at the end of this 30 minutes. Well, I shouldn't say at the end of this 30 minutes because who knows, we might have some overtime, but at the very end of this match, absolutely, we will know our champion for this year. Will it be Hikaru Nakamura, who has been champion many, many times before, or will it be Alireza Firouzja, who honestly is the only guy that's really been able to break his Bullet Chess Championship streak?
Yeah, Hikaru hasn't lost a match in the BCC, I believe, in the last 3 years. The last time was against Firouzja. Now, the good thing for him is that it's double elimination. He has another chance right here. In the meantime, we see Hikaru getting ready on stream. It feels like he is definitely not as tilted as before, so I'm curious to see whether he can bring his A-game. I feel like if Hikaru brings his A-game and Firouzja brings his A-game, Hikaru should be the better player.
Yeah, and I mean, this sounds like a little obvious to say. Everyone gets tilted by losses, but I feel like it's almost like Hikaru is so good that when he loses even a couple in a row, you might actually tilt faster than others because it's so unprecedented that he could ever lose, a bunch of games in a row. So I think that he definitely looks a lot more calm and focused, maybe compared to what we saw earlier. But I will say that if he loses a couple games early, it could spiral. That's how Bullet Chess is. So honestly, with both of these guys maybe prone to tilt and a more emotional reaction, I think the start to this reset is very important.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Hikaru definitely did ride the ship in the last match, but the question is whether Firouzja was still as focused, as locked in. I mean, perhaps he let his foot off the gas just a little bit. So as you said, the first few games are going to be crucial. And I'm curious again whether Hikaru will play Knight of 3b3 or if he will play something else.
Yeah, I think maybe resetting will give him time to be like, okay, let me just go back to normal. Previously, he was probably trying a bunch of different systems and nothing was seeming to work. So he might just be like, okay, let me go back to what made me the best bullet player of all time and stick to what I know and get the results I'm used to getting. So I wouldn't be surprised if he started out with something familiar.
Yeah, perhaps that's what he was doing in the last match, just playing different openings. Although right now he's going back to the Trompovsky. That didn't quite work out in the last match. And again, he's giving up the bishop for the knight on f6.
Yeah, but what he is getting is a position he can play very quickly. So maybe that's the style going into it. A3, we might see b4, bishop c4. Okay.
Okay, Firouzja giving up the bishop pair. He still has a pleasant position because he's got pressure on b2. Time is approximately even.
That's right, bishop to b1 and d4. Yeah, I slightly prefer black's position, but very, very even.
Yeah, I like the bishop on d4. Maybe he can just take the pawn on b2 and Firouzja goes for the bishop d5. Hikaru now exerting some pressure on that f7 pawn.
Yeah, and the thing is c3, it's definitely a good move, but you also start to get a little scared because your bishop is not part of the defense anymore. What do you do about f7?
Maybe he could have just played c2. All right, so he gave back the exchange. He can win it back right here with the move c1. Oh, wait, the rook's not even under attack. Just take on c2.
Oh my goodness, neither one of them realized. But this is what he wanted.
Yeah, okay, it should be maybe a touch better for Firouzja because he's got the more active rook, but Hikaru up on time.
Yeah, as white here, I think you give up that pawn and go for an active rook. So we'll see. Black's repeating. He's down on time. I suppose that's the extra factor I hadn't considered, is that if time was even, I think black plays for the win. Being down that 7 seconds, I agree with the draw.
It's quite funny here. Here, Hikaru and Alireza are repeating their games from the candidates. Hikaru paused to think, which he normally doesn't do. I guess he wanted to play the opening correctly, but that's normally not what you do in Bullet.
Yeah, I mean, just no need. Playing the best computer theoretical move is just not that relevant in Bullet Chess in E45. But yeah, that's funny that they probably both had that moment of recollection.
Yeah. Firouzja up a pawn here, also a couple seconds. I really like his chances right here. E5 also a little soft.
Bishop B2 and C4 is now hanging. Oops.
Oh, computer doesn't approve of that. Hikaru takes on B4. He's winning now because there's just way too many threats.
Everything's hanging.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing a different Hikaru here at the start of the match. That being said, he started off the last match completely fine. He was up 4-3. But then, yeah, he lost 6 games in a row. I don't know what happened there.
Wow, he actually decides to give up that guy. I was going to say, he spent a lot of time and then just hung the piece. So I was like, what am I not seeing here? But that is going to be a win and an early lead for Hikaru Nakamura. Seems like night and day between this and the last match.
Yeah, we have a Trompowsky here looking pretty even. White having the black having the bishop pair, but white having the slightly better pawn structure. I don't know. What do you make of this opening, Amal?
Yeah, it seems fine. Rook takes C7 now. Was I think maybe a move, not sure. But the bishop pair is always something to watch out for. I mean, I think he'll be happy having the bishops, knight to E4. I think black's better.
Yeah, maybe knight C3 is an option as well at the right moment. I don't really like it for Hikaru. Bishop E6. This looks unpleasant, and that's why Hikaru is spending more time.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe like rook takes C8, but I wasn't really sure the next move. I would just go like rook C8 and rook C1 and try to trade everything.
Taking E3, this looks terrible for Hikaru. Maybe rook C2 now. Firouzja should win this game. He's also up he's also up a lot on time.
Yeah. Yeah, knight H4 is another nice move.
Yeah, knight H4 hitting G2. How do you even defend knight G1?
Yeah, it's really weird because you have no knight C3. Well, now you do. Oops, I don't know if that was the best.
It takes an A4. Rook takes E6 will be annoying though, but I guess king F7 and knight E7. Wait,
Yep.
check, and you win the rook. Rook G1, rook G2. And he sees
That's
it.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, he notices that.
Still not over though, because the white knights are kind of tricky, but a rook is a lot. Nah.
Yeah, take that rook immediately. Oh, he decides to go for the check. Probably smart. He's
Picks up
taking
another
everything.
pawn. Yeah, trading off a lot here. And he's also up on time. This has to be a win for Firouzja.
Okay, but Hikaru's playing this on. This is what I like to see, though. I think this is better. Like, you have to give an effort when you've got the knight there. He still, in my opinion, kind of looked like he gave up on it near the end. I don't know. I just think, like, he's obviously lost in that game, but there's still hope.
Yeah, you could still save like a few games out of that one. I mean, there can always be stalemate or he can hang a fork. Firouzja here going for a gambit against the Scandinavian. What do you make of this position, Aman?
Yeah, B4, everyone's favorite gambit against the Scandinavian. It's a move that I feel like when black plays queen A5 in the Scandinavian, you were always justified to play B4.
Yeah, I really like Firouzja's position right here. Picks up the pawn on E7 and now wins the pawn on E6. This looks terrible for black with the two bishops staring at the black king.
Knight C7 was just there, wasn't it?
Yeah, with the fork. Queen H5, nice defensive move by Hikaru. Wait, what is the move here? I guess maybe Queen G4? Or that?
Knight G4, and amazingly, there's like, Queen E6, but King H8. There's a hanging knight on D7, but Queen H2. What do you even play here?
I have no idea. I mean, and
Queen
neither
F4.
does Firouzja. That's why his clock is ticking. But then Rook takes F2?
Yeah, Queen G. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the engine sees something because the eval bar is even. So I guess technically Firouzja just resigned in an equal position.
Apparently, yeah. I have no idea what the move was right there, but he didn't see it either. And then he had 10 seconds on his clock. But good for Hikaru that he takes the lead in the match.
Yes, 2.5 to 1.5. Let's not forget that the previous match also kind of started the same way, right? So even though it turned out to be a huge lead for Firouzja, he ended up kind of crushing Hikaru in that match. It started out 4-4. These two are very evenly matched, but in Bullet, you can just run away with things. So let's pay close attention to these early games, early results.
I don't know what Hikaru is doing right here. He hung the pawn and he's talking. I guess maybe he's like, oh, I just hung that. Yeah, great chances here for Firouzja to finish it off. I mean, he's up a pawn, nice position. It won't be easy, though.
Yep.
Can you trade?
Yeah, it's interesting. I would also offer that trade with white. The bishop is, wow, very awkward on A8. I almost want to go rook C8.
Yeah, I think white has chances to draw there because of the fact that all the black pawns are on light squares.
Yep. But now white's doing a good job just preventing d4. That's the main achievement that black wants here.
Oh, rook takes c2, and Firouzja gets the win, and he ties it up.
Yep, he spotted that so quickly, and Hikaru spotted it, well, just not quickly enough, because as soon as he moved, he could tell that he had blundered, and it's 2.5. This is the match I think we all came here for. 22 minutes on the match clock.
Yeah, let's see how this one is going to proceed. I like Firouzja's position out of the opening. He's got a nice blockade on d4. The d5 pawn is quite weak. Maybe knight b5 or something at the right moment.
I like knight b5, yeah. Into d6. d6 is such a important square to control. Rook e1, bishop f1. If knight f4, there's always queen d4. Trade the queens at least.
Yeah, I like what Hikaru is doing here, bringing the knight f4. He's definitely getting some nice counterplay going right here.
Yeah,
but a queen g5 is a big threat, threatening mate and knight h3.
Yeah, as white, I was going to say you almost have to make the tough decision to give that material up, and he does.
But look at the clock, come on. Hikaru way ahead by like 15 seconds. I think the time difference is just too much.
Yeah, rook a3 is a big move as well.
Okay. Oh, and taking rook e7. Yeah, this is going to be a win for Hikaru, who's going to open up a lead again. Yeah, it definitely seems like a different player right now.
Yep, it's amazing what a reset will do for the mental here. Hikaru needs to improve, I think, a little bit on the last time he played this opening, and I think he already has. 2 bishops for black, but we've seen this imbalance before.
Yeah, this looks a little annoying for black, because the knight and f4, you can't castle kingside, because there will always be knight takes g6, and that's why Firouzja snapped off that knight. I don't know what Hikaru is doing here, because where is he going to castle? Queenside castling doesn't look too appealing, and neither does kingside castling.
Keep that queen on the board. Alireza knows trading the queens helps Hikaru's position significantly. You can't put the king on g2, because knight g4, queen takes h4, as you pointed out, Box. So yeah, is the king just going to live in the center of the board?
I think for now it's fairly safe, but at some point there might be some issues, and that's why he's going king f1. But I like Firouzja's chances here. Knight g4, hitting the pawn on h4. I like it.
Yeah, queen a5, c5. Lots of ways to continue to put pressure here.
Yeah, okay, we see the trade here, but again, easier position for Firouzja. Hikaru having a small lead on the clock, but the pawns on the queen side are a little vulnerable.
Yeah, and finally we see basically what Firouzja has earned over this entire game. 1 pawn, right? We knew that he was better, and it all added up to that 1 c pawn he just took, and he's lost it back.
Yeah, he hung it onto it for the moment with knight e4, but now Hikaru's rooks are super active, and I think they... Oh, I was going to say they might repeat. Firouzja finding a way to play on.
Yeah, watch out. The rook on a5 is kind of trapped.
This looks scary. Down a couple seconds and a better position for Hikaru. There goes the a-pawn.
Yep.
Now Hikaru is going to... he's still up on time, but Firouzja the Oh, what the... Why pre-move that?
Oh, that's crazy. Hikaru can only blame
going to get the
himself.
ladder checkmate. Let's see how Hikaru is going to respond to that. That might upset him.
Especially because cutting the king off on the... Oh, that's a huge
blundered
blunder.
already.
He
blundered already. Uh-oh.
Blundering bishop g4, bishop takes f7 like that is elementary, especially for someone like Hikaru. We are seeing the potential tilt setting in because this looks like another loss.
Yeah. All right. Keep in mind, it is still even. So even if Firouzja wins this one, he would only be up by 1. But wait, queen. All right, yeah, I guess Firouzja's going to win, but I can't believe he pre-moved king f6 there, especially because black just played king a6 to go king a5.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, there's no other way to describe it. You just don't do that, especially because black's king is going to try to get off the side of the board. So king a5 to attack is kind of expected. Firouzja just made the expected move, and Hikaru didn't expect it, which is very unusual.
Exactly. Yeah. Someone might play like a dirty move you don't expect, but it was actually the move, as you pointed out. Wait, Firouzja just missed mate in 2 there. Rook e8, but he's still winning.
He is.
Wait, no, but Aman, Hikaru might win this one. He's way up on time.
If there was ever a game to untilt yourself, it would be this. Like, to win this is the ultimate untilt. F3 and mate, is it? No, checkmate.
Hikaru hanging in there. I think he is gonna win because of the time. Oh, but bishop f4 is setting up a checkmate. There goes the knight. There goes the pawn. Is it enough, Aman?
I think so. Yeah, it's very pre-movable.
Yeah, walk the king up. There goes the rook.
King h8, nice trap.
Oh, he still made it him.
He still made it him. I was going to say king h8 was a nice trick for rook takes g7, but he turned it into a nice trick anyway because he was so scared of the stalemate. He moved the bishop back thinking, let me get out of this stalemate. He stalemated him anyway.
Wow, that's shocking. I mean, in the final seconds, really anything can happen. And you said it before, Mom. Hikaru often just resigns, but just play those out. Your opponent might stalemate you.
Yeah, honestly. I'm glad that we got to see that from him there because, that's just the way you should play bullet. Alireza stalemated there. That's a half point that Hikaru would not have if he's just resigning those. So he needs to play it on. I think it's clear.
Yeah, I like Firouzja's position in this game as well. He's got the bishop pair, the pawn on a5 is weak. But Hikaru up on time.
Yep, we're in that moment, by the way, 4-4. Obviously, the match clock is lower, so there's not as much chess to play in this one, but we are at that 4-4 moment where things spun out of control for Hikaru.
Yep. All right, so let's see. Firouzja doing great here, setting the a-pawn in motion, b5 perhaps now. He's a little bit behind on the clock, but this should be enough time to finish it up. But 91 is a good move.
Amazing move. And then attack the rook. And everything just somehow covered.
Hikaru might win this one.
It's incredible.
He's up on time. I think he's going to win. He's up way too much time.
Rook
and he's up on pawn. No, Hikaru's going to win.
That's unbelievable. Hikaru has generated winning chances from some of the craziest positions. Alireza, maybe the tilt starting to set in for him. He should have won the last game. Guaranteed. And then in this one, he throws away another beautiful position.
Yeah, he should have scored 2 points out of those last 2 games, but instead he scores half a point. So Hikaru now in the lead. Let's see what's going to happen here. We have another Scandinavian, and I think Hikaru cannot be too unhappy.
Yeah, and he played it properly this time. He did go bishop g4, but after the queen was on a5, and that's the way you're supposed to do it. So he played it in the right order.
Yeah, Firouzja having I was going to say the bishop pair here, but the bishop now. But I feel like the bishop on b3 is just very passive, very difficult to do anything. And white's pawns on the king side are a little vulnerable.
Yeah, maybe king to a1.
Oh, nice tactic there by Hikaru. Yeah, that's the kind of Hikaru you expect to see. Not blundering any stuff and taking full advantage of his opponent's blunders.
That's right. Knight's coming to d6, pawn to b5, maybe king b6. Yeah, he's all over this position. He can even go rook g8. Oh.
What? Why did he hang this pawn? I thought he thought that like he could go rook h8, but there was bishop takes g6. So he's still better, but not by as much anymore.
Well, white's king just walks in, and I think you take that knight. Well, you have to. And then just go rook h2. Yeah,
I think there's no plans here. So is Hikaru going to flag him? Or I don't like that move. I don't like allowing king d6.
So I think Hikaru is actually going for some zugzwang. I know it sounds weird, but like the white rook can't stay on the h file and on b2. Okay, they decide to make a draw there. You know, can't hate on that decision. On to the next game.
I'm a little surprised Hikaru just took the draw there because he was up on time. And there was still that e5 break to do something in the position. So I feel like a player like Danya would definitely go for the flag.
I agree. I just think it's not Hikaru's style, but I definitely agree. I think there was more to play for there, but Hikaru's not really, doesn't have like the best flagging instincts. It doesn't come naturally to him. He does it if he needs to, but I think he just didn't see any progress and decided to go to the next game.
All right, so interesting game right here. Hikaru up a pawn, but Firouzja definitely having... he's up 2 now. There's definitely compensation for Firouzja. Oh, wait, the knight is trapped. That's rook e8. Uh-oh.
Where does it go? Takes an e4.
Queen c6, great fine. Firouzja's just winning now.
What a move, queen c6.
f5, great move as well, opening up the position for the bishops. And how do you hang on to the pawn on e4? Yeah, but taking rook g8?
Yep. a6. The knight on a4 is definitely strange. It is trapped, so I know that he's winning, but I just feel like it's not totally clear yet.
Yeah, rook f4 now is a nice idea, hitting e4, hitting h4. Hikaru picks up the pawn on h5. There's definitely still a chance. The black pieces are a little clumsy.
Yeah, the thing is, rook h2 just holds everything. Yeah, it's really unpleasant.
Bishop f4 threatening mate. Okay, now he picks up the h-pawn, and that should be it.
Nice, yeah. Time's even. Hikaru playing on. I do think this is what he wants to do.
Yeah, this should be a pretty clean win for Firouzja, because he can make a few pre-moves, and Hikaru can, but Hikaru also down on time now. Yeah, all right, and Firouzja evens it up.
Okay. Wow, it is 5.5 to 5.5 in the absolute finals here with less than 12 minutes to play. Obviously, win by 2 still in effect, so we might be in for some overtime. Let's see.
Yeah, we have some more lines that Hikaru has played recently in classical chess. Firouzja getting the bishop pair, so I kind of like White's position here.
Yeah, the doubled isolated pawns, everyone knows those aren't good pawns, but the bishop pair is so worth it. Yeah, having those bishops here should dominate the board.
Right, but b5 creating a nice c4 square for himself. a4 now for Firouzja, or c4. The knights can be tricky in bullet though, Amon, so that might be a factor.
Yeah, d5 most likely to just secure that bishop. Rook
knight h4. Yeah, the knights are tricky, but rook b3, nice move to defend everything.
Yeah, rook a1.
Oh, knight d4. Okay, rook b6. Okay, going for a big attack here. Wait, that. Oh, and he's
hanging. Rook a2, but knight c7 or knight c5.
Wait, what? Oh, can you take an e6 and e7?
Wow.
Yeah, that's what he's going to go for. No, he misses it.
He plays another really good move.
Wow. Okay,
Unreal.
Firouzja,
this is actually going to be Firouzja playing for the win. I can't believe he navigated the complications there.
He's down on time though, but I guess f4, clever move by Hikaru, breaking the pre-move mechanism.
Yep, and if you ever move the rook, there's rook e5. Rook e5, this is a win for White.
Might... Oh, it's objectively a draw here. I don't know, this one is going down to the wire, Amon.
Yeah,
but
White's got the easier
for White
moves.
Right, I was just about to say that, and
yeah.
Firouzja's almost caught up.
Yeah, I mean, this is Firouzja's game. He's a little bit better at this, but Hikaru, I always got to give credit to Hikaru to be able to hang in those time scrums. It feels like that's an area where Firouzja's a little bit better. Like, if you have to find a weakness in Hikaru's like near perfect game, it feels like that. But he's going toe to toe with Alireza Firouzja in these time scrambles, and he's scoring points. This is great.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think there was a mistake by Firouzja to push up the pawn. With the pawn on f3, it felt much easier for him to pre-move. Here we have a main line in the Grunfeld, which is looking very drawish. Do you... Oh, I was just about to ask. Do you think it will be a draw? The answer is yes.
Yeah, there's just so much time. Like, they vacuumed the pieces off the board and reached that position with so much time on the clock that it would just be like just a clown show trying to flag that.
Yeah, it's really difficult to flag someone with still like 48 seconds on the clock. Interesting position right here. Firouzja has the better structure, but Hikaru has the bishop and a nice knight on f4. Maybe like queen g6 here, or bishop h3. Wait, bishop h3, and he goes for it.
Yeah, you can go g3 here. But that
Knight
is...
G2.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, he's winning a lot of material here. That's why the evil bar is all the way down. Crucial game for Hikaru. He's probably just going to take the lead. Knight G2.
Brutal.
Yeah,
Ooh. Yeah, A5. What a move.
All right, Hikaru wins this game and takes a 1-point lead in the match. 8 more minutes on the clock. Let's see how Firouzja is going to respond.
Yeah, and notice how even Firouzja this time resigned quickly because he recognized, okay, we're down a point. Lots of time still for the comeback, but no need to waste more time on that.
Yeah, that one was just hopeless. He was just down the exchange, also down on time. So I think the right decision to resign. I mean, they were not in the time scramble. Knight takes f6 there might have been a good move for Hikaru. But overall, I like his position. Just more space and easier to maneuver.
Yep. F4, F5 is probably going to be the next. Ooh, E takes. Yeah, this is actually quite good for white. Rook E3, F4, Rook E1.
Yep. G4, H4 now, or F4 setting up G5. Very difficult for Firouzja to move here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, B5 almost certainly needs to be played. Don't think you can survive without it.
Ooh, E5, opening up the diagonal for his queen, but it feels very scary here. It feels like there's got to be something for Hikaru.
But still, I feel like he'd rather be in this kind of open position rather than the position he was in where he looked like he was going to be squeezed.
Yeah, at least here his pieces are coming to life. It's only a pawn. Oh, wait, is there a tactic? Oh, take a rook of 3. There goes the bishop.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Hikaru's still up on time here, and he's got 1 pawn for the piece, but it feels like this should be enough for Firouzja. Knight G5? Or some... Yeah, and now it's just going to be made.
He sees it now, and that's checkmate. And it's back to level 7.5 apiece with 6.5 minutes remaining. We might see this B4 line again. No, they're back into this.
Yeah, Hikaru definitely a little bit upset there. He had a great position, more time, but he threw it away, and now it's all tied up. With 6 minutes on the clock, I mean, that's still like 4 more games, so the games are going to become more and more crucial.
Mm-hmm. This position does not look like it's gone well for Hikaru, but I can't really point out exactly why. However, pawn to A4, pawn to A3, that's fantastic counterplay. I'm not sure why Firouzja allowed that. I would almost rather be black here.
Yeah, he should have just nipped that in the bottom, answer A4 with A5. Now I feel like Hikaru definitely has some chances here. But I like what Firouzja has done. B4 and bishop B3. His king side definitely feels more solid right now. Or his queen side, where his king is.
Exactly. He's basically got all the pawns on dark squares. So that dark square bishop, the rook on G7, a lot of pieces in Hikaru's position just don't look good.
Yeah, and now he's attacking on the queen side. Okay. Very difficult for Hikaru to do anything, but for the moment he is hanging on, and he's also up on time.
Yep, rook D4, queen E5.
Okay, the trade. But this endgame looks tougher, like king C2 to B3.
Yeah, you can just take that pawn.
Okay, Hikaru trying to create some counterplay. He's picked up the H pawn. Good job by him.
Okay. Here comes A4, and yeah, at this point it's just hard to tell who's happier.
Right, tough position for... Oh, but D4, great find by Hikaru. And is he going to save a draw here? I think
he will.
Yes. Yeah, because he's... Oh, he missed an instant draw there. But the thing is, there's only limited moves here, so you usually just get it done. Yeah, and he saves a crucial game to keep it tied.
8-8. Wow, that game was in Alireza's favor, so full credit to Hikaru for being able to not lose that game. It certainly looked like the most likely outcome. And we're still tied with 4 minutes left. Now we're in the territory of there might only be 3 more games to be played.
Yeah, you definitely want to take the lead right here. And I like Firouzja's position, although I like what Hikaru just did with E4 opening up the board. Because his position was fairly passive. He's just down a pawn here, though, at least for the moment.
This is what we're here for, No shenanigans, just some good hard bullet chess. 8-8 with 3 minutes, 45 seconds left. This is pretty much the final that everyone could ask for.
Yeah, no, for sure. Hikaru has won back the pawn, and he's also still a little bit ahead on the clock, but The pawn on f2 is a slight target, the pawn on a3 as well, so I feel like Firouzja has a very slight edge.
I agree. Yeah, the king, sometimes if it gets checked on like the first rank and goes to h2, it's out of the game for the ensuing endgame.
Yeah, they actually had a similar endgame earlier on where Firouzja just took the draw because he was down on time. Let's see if he will push in this one. He's gonna win the a pawn. This looks very unpleasant for Hikaru.
Yeah, it does, but I don't know. He does have that... oh, this is bad. Having the king cut off, that's not what you want.
No, rook b2, GG. a2, yep. Rook b1. All right, so Firouzja takes the lead. I think Hikaru should just resign to give himself more time for the comeback.
Okay, this is a crucial game, but not... This isn't the match right here because there's going to be one more game no matter what. So even if Alireza wins, Hikaru still has a shot.
Yeah. But let's see if he will come back. He's repeating some preparation again from the candidates, but I feel like he had this against Nepo, but it didn't work out at all, I felt.
Yeah, it was a little bit suspicious, but I think Hikaru does understand this pretty well. I mean, anything you've prepared for a tournament like that, I feel like you just kind of know where the pieces go, so you've got that going for you.
Yeah, but he's down 2 pawns. This is looking bad, Amon. I think for take the knight, and then e7, or...
I don't think Hikaru knows where the pieces go in this opening. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Eating my words right away, as usual.
Yeah, rook e7, rook c8 is checkmate. So Firouzja opens up a 2-point lead. This is very likely going to be the last game of the match. Hikaru needs a win.
Yep, he does. I mean, honestly, you could draw. We've seen them have some weird, quick draws. But Alireza, if he can help it, is not going to be drawing the game quickly, right? He'll play on to the bitter end.
Yeah, if this goes down to the final seconds, then a draw will end the match. Hikaru, I mean, the position is approximately even. So let's see what he's going to do.
He's shuffling at the moment. G3 to control the knight on G6, H4, all by the book here. And I'm expecting pawn to A4. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen it yet from black.
Yeah, e4, double-edged decision there by Firouzja. He's pushing the pawn up in the middle, but now he's opening up the diagonal for Hikaru. I think Hikaru is just crushing here with knight h6 coming next. Knight h6?
Knight h6.
Yeah, okay, so Hikaru is going to win. I think it's not completely over yet, but that would mean we will go into overtime.
Honestly, yeah, he's kind of kept things going decently here. I have to say, I mean, he's completely lost, but...
Oh, he hung the queen. But Firouzja can resign right here and get another game going. So it's not for sure yet that we'll go into overtime. If Firouzja wins, the match is over.
All right. This is the last game. No.
Wait, what? At literally the worst moment?
No.
Uh-oh.
No. No.
Uh-oh.
Not
all right,
here.
Well, I don't know what both players are saying, but it looks like Hikaru is, I guess, going to win this game if this one counts, or it might be...
But I mean, they can't count it. This is the same thing over and over, and I mean, based on the precedent, at least, for what they've done. Here's the thing. You know that Hikaru hasn't done anything in this situation, but you also know Alireza hasn't done anything. This is the same issue that's happened at least 2 or 3 times. So both guys' hands were in the air. Honestly, like Hikaru looked just as annoyed as Firouzja. Look, it's a must-win. It's a must-win game for Hikaru, and it literally happened at the worst possible moment.
Yeah, Hikaru talking to his phone right now. I don't know what he's saying, but yeah, it's a tough moment. And this is not the first time this has happened to Firouzja, so I don't know whose fault this is. But I guess we're going to find out very soon. But yeah, you definitely don't want the match to end like this.
I think they're doing exactly what we have been doing. This is why I was citing the other 2 times that it had happened. So, okay, we're back in the game. As I was saying, they're just restarting the match. Like, literally, the game hadn't even started, so it's not like anyone had a specific advantage. It was clear that Alireza couldn't connect. So, anyway, watch the game, and we're back.
I am shocked that Hikaru is repeating the same opening. I mean, he got completely crushed the last time around, and I don't quite like his position right here. So let's see if Firouzja can get another win. That would mean the end of the match.
It would. A draw prolongs the match because remember, you have to win by 2.
Yeah. Yeah, the timer was going to run out anyway. This was anyway going to be the last game. I really like Firouzja's position. Knight e6, active play here. Let's see if Hikaru can hang on. It looks risky to put your queen on the same line as the rook.
It does. It's out of the way, but you know what? The knight on g6 just is not playing the game. Wow, this is so unpleasant. How is he going to deal with this?
Yeah, Firouzja anchoring in his knight on e6. Okay, you can take the pawn, but it's going to hang f5. I thought keep that knight.
Here comes the knight. Knight f7, knight e5. This is huge for Hikaru.
Great maneuvering by Hikaru. He gets rid of the knight and goes g5, but still, it feels like his king is airy. Wait,
yes,
queen h7?
Queen h7. No, the knight can absolutely
It's gonna be a draw.
This position.
Firouzja taking his time. I think he's got to have to take it. Or is Hikaru going to go for it? And he goes for the king g7.
Okay, very risky. That e-pawn is threatening to win the game almost.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And d4 is hanging as well. What do you play here? He's got 15 seconds. Oh, check. f5.
I don't... Queen d6?
Knight of 3. There goes the queen.
Oh
and we're
my.
going to overtime, Amon. This is shocking.
Absolutely unbelievable. What a mistake.
This is not completely over yet. They're in a time scramble, but Hikaru gets a second queen, and he's gonna finish it off. Amon, we're going to overtime. Wow, what a shocker.
How could he come up with that move? Of all the moves to play, g4, and it was the biggest blunder of the match for Alireza, and it's tied 10-10, and we're immediately into overtime. Remember, guys, win by 2 is in effect.
Yeah, there will be 10 games of overtime, so if after those 10 games someone is leading by 1 point, that is going to be enough to win. But, Amon, what a shocker that was.
Yeah, that was a massive blunder. At the worst possible time, he's got to get right back in there because there's no rest, there's no break. Nope, more bullet games.
I like Firouzja's position right here. h5, h4, and start... Why did he take so long for that move? I thought just h5, h4 and start an attack.
Yeah, and he traded the bishops. Didn't look like he needed to do that.
Knight of 3, nice move by Hikaru, stopping h4, and now he's creating counterplay on the queen side, and Hikaru almost up 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I think we're going to see g5, h4. At some point, you need to do that.
Yeah, okay, c5 here, alleviating the pressure a little bit, but it definitely feels like Hikaru is better on the board, also better on the clock, and that's where he's the scariest. But this should just be a draw.
Yeah, I would always take the knight, not because it's actually better, but I just do believe knights are trickier.
Yeah. All right, Firouzja doing a good job trading off some pawns. Big mistake there by Hikaru, trading off the knight for the bishop, because now it's an easy draw.
I think so, yeah. And remember, we do have the 10 games. That's a draw for game number 1. We as soon as there's a 2-point lead, though, the match is over. But we play 10 games to see if we can get that back to this line. Fuck, is this a smart decision? It feels like every time he's played this position, it's been bad.
He's getting terrible positions. Why does he keep playing this? All right, but let's see. I don't like it at all, but yeah, let's see how he's going to do this time.
Yeah, watch out for some potential mates involving that bishop and queen as well.
Also, white just has so much pressure. It's not even that, like, it's bad, but, like, practically it's not so easy. It's bad and practically difficult for black.
Yeah, exactly. Usually, your bad positions give you some good practical chances, but it kind of feels like the opposite.
That being said, now his knights are coming to life. Knight g6 to f4, or maybe knight to d4. This is getting a bit tricky.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to... Yeah, I was going to say, hard to not allow the knight in, but he's achieving knight f5.
Yeah, nice move there. Wow! e7 was a big threat, but that's a very bold move to stop it. Hikaru is a little bit up on time, though.
He is, but he is under big pressure. As soon as white plays pawn to e7, there's trouble. I think Hikaru thought that he blundered there. Like, he thought he allowed maybe a rook takes d6 or something.
Oh, Amon! He is completely lost because rook takes d6 is a threat. What do you do about it? Rook takes d6. Take e7 and e8 knight. E8 knight. No.
E8 knight would have been crazy.
Yeah, all right. So Firouzja takes the lead. If he wins this one, the match is over.
But obviously a draw continues. So it's only when the gap is 2 that we have an official winner. f6. This is not the start you'd want if you're Firouzja, but Engine says not so bad.
Yeah, d4, nice move by Hikaru, sacking upon knight b5 here, and h check, and like
terrible.
Something. Yeah, this looks
awful.
Right.
There was a trick there, h3, knight takes e5 and queen a5 check, but Hikaru saw right through that.
All right, knight e3 by Firouzja. What do you do here? This got to be winning for Hikaru. Take an f1, and then what? Why is this brilliant?
Well, I think queen e5.
Okay, still not over. Wait, Firouzja very much. Wait, there goes the bishop. Is Firouzja going to clinch it?
Rook f8. That's incredible. It was his worst position. How does Alireza survive it? And we shouldn't speak yet. It's not over.
But his king is so solid on e8, and now he's going after the white king. And Hikaru just resigns?
Wow. There is your bullet chess champion. Alireza Firouzja defeats Hikaru Nakamura in the grand final reset. So he defeated him twice, and he won all 4 of his matches today.
Wow, there we have our winner. I'm still in shock. I thought I thought Hikaru was just going to pull off that comeback, and even at the end, the resignation felt very early.
That was insane. Your winner, Alireza Firouzja. I mean, the pad, you can even see in the bracket on your screen right there, Nihal, Sam Sevian, Daniel Naroditsky, Hikaru Nakamura, and then Hikaru Nakamura. Yes, he had to beat him twice. So, I mean, I feel like if you can beat Hikaru Nakamura in back-to-back matches, guess what? That's a deserved bullet chess championship winner.
Yeah, he's very much deserving. And yeah, he lost very early on in the winner's bracket, but he went all the way through the loser's bracket, won many matches, and he pulled it off. Honestly, Aman, I did not expect it, but yeah, great stuff here by Firouzja to win it all.
Insane scenes here, Bach. I think everyone who's been watching since the start of the show knows that it's been quite a journey all the way up to the grand finals and then the reset as well. Just hats off, right, to Firouzja. I think the players navigated a lot of ups and downs throughout the match, like tons of emotions as well. But at the end of it all, Alireza Firouzja still managed to emerge victorious. We are going to get him on for an interview as well, but I wanted to first let everyone know about the SCC Live Finals. Tickets are officially on sale. You're invited to join the Speed Chess Championships 4 finalists as they compete in person for the crown. All of the tickets get you a seat in the live audience, streamer booths and raffles and extra perks, and you can also level up your ticket to unlock the VIP lounge, player meet and greets, and much more. Early bird pricing is until the end of the month only. Go to chess.com/SCC tickets or !TICKS in chat. Alireza Firouzja joining for an interview after his incredible Bullet Chess Championship run. Stay where you are. You will not want to miss this. We'll be right back with the Bullet Chess Championship.
I was ready to give up chess altogether.
You're only given 30 seconds to make a decision and perform the shot.
You've been on top of the game now for more than a decade. How do you stay motivated? We are here at the amazing Olympus Disc Golf Course in the beautiful Florida mountains. It's the Chess.com Disc Golf Invitational. To my right, the greatest to ever do it in chess. To my left, the greatest to ever do it in disc golf. We're gonna have a blast. We're gonna dive into some disc golf and some chess questions right now.
That's one of the best turbos I've ever seen. So.
Really? Here we go, guys. You ready for some questions? Have some fun?
Yes, sir.
All right. Magnus, we're going to start with you and ask a question that I'm sure you've been asked before about when you got into chess. But because we're going to talk about these niche sports, I want to ask, when did chess become more than a hobby for you and you knew it was going to be something that might consume the rest of your life?
Well, chess is still a hobby to me.
Okay.
as well as a passion and work. Sometime in my teens, like early teens, I realized that I can be really good at this, and I started contemplating actually having a career in chess and being a professional. And I guess I decided finally when I was 16 that I was not going to pursue school after high school, and this was going to be what I do for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. For you, Magnus, speaking of sacrifice, what does that look like to be the greatest chess player of all time? What did you have to sacrifice to pursue that?
I never felt like I had to sacrifice too much, in the sense that I do also travel a lot for chess, so I guess that is the biggest sacrifice, like the time that I've got to spend at home, but it's never felt that way. It's been something that I wanted to do. Also, over time, I've become like a little bit pickier with the tournaments that I play, so that I travel a bit less in periods where I don't necessarily want to do that too much. But I still felt like I've had time to be at home with friends, family, you know, to build lasting bonds. So I feel like I've been really privileged and lucky overall.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have finished the Bullet Chess Championship. I'm joined by our winner, Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, I mean, it's been a long day for everybody, but definitely for you. In the loser's bracket, you had to play a ton of matches just to get to the grand final. So, I mean, take us through your day. How was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the hardest professional days I ever had, I think. I played Sevian, which was like a crazy match, and it had so much delays because of the server issues. That took all my energy. And against Danya at the end, it was also a very tough match, but at the end, like I couldn't, my eyes was seeing things, you know, when you play too much. So at that moment, I was thinking already to like resign, but I played few games, and then yeah, at the end, when that match finished, was just completely out.
Yeah, you end up exhausted, but at that moment you also know that if you're going to become the winner of this tournament, you have to beat Hikaru not once but twice. So I mean,
Yeah.
talk to me about the match against Hikaru, because in the first match, I know it ended with a bit of a closer score, but to be honest, it was kind of one-sided. You won a lot of games in a row, and it seemed like a different Hikaru than we're used to seeing. So I mean, take us through both Hikaru matches for you.
Yeah, I mean, the first match he was very emotional, I think, and he was bothered, of course, by some things. But yeah, but the second match he played a very good game. It was a very good match, I think. We played, we both played at our best, I think. But um, he was still more fresh than me. I'm still like my eyes sees weird with now the screen. So, I'm still hanging out, but hopefully I will not collapse now.
So I gotta ask you, I think I know your answer, but you could think of it from two different perspectives. On one hand, maybe he's not warmed up, like you played a bunch of matches before him, but on what you're saying, you are obviously exhausted after playing them. So which one do you prefer? A little bit of a mix, maybe not as many matches as you played today?
No, my only advantage in against Hikaru match was that I already wanted to give him the win. I wanted to withdraw, so I didn't care anymore. This was my only match, only advantage, I think.
So you literally didn't care.
Yeah, I think I didn't care less than him. Yeah, that's true.
Well, I have to ask you, it is a chat question, so I'll read it out, but I had the same one. A question from Seb. What would you say the keys are for beating someone as strong as Hikaru, who's won this exact tournament so many times, and what have you learned playing against him so much?
Yeah, I think I think he was very. If he gets to a losing mood, it takes time for him to get out of that. I mean, he finally will get out of it, but if you start good against him, you have an excellent chance. But it's very hard to start good against him, of course. So yeah, I was lucky. I started well.
Yeah. Well, the history of the Bullet Chess Championship, Alireza, is honestly you and Hikaru. You're the only two people who have won the event ever. I don't know if you know that, but yeah, obviously you ended up defeating him, not in the final, but in your run to win it in 2021. You won it again this year. Would you say you and Hikaru are the two best bullet players in the world?
I think Magnus is also very good, but yeah, I think yeah, it's very close. But I saw the commentary the last few days. You guys are not giving me so much chances, which was surprising for me. But maybe it's because I didn't play a long time.
Well, you're a classical player now, Alireza. We haven't seen your expertise in bullet in a long time. It seems like you win the Bullet Chess Championship every 2 or 3 years. So will we see you back to defend your title next year, though?
Yeah, after I won 2021, I didn't play 2022, and then I lost the loser bracket final, I think, to Magnus. So yeah, it was a. I hope I will be back next year. We'll see.
All right. Well, I know it's been a long day, so just a final question. I mean, obviously, congratulations, but how do you feel? You are the Bullet Chess Championship winner. You defeated not just Hikaru in this final, but obviously some of the best bullet players in the world in order to get there. So how does it feel to be all done?
Yeah, it feels great. um, I think I'm now starting to play very good on the internet on Chess.com. I think last few tournaments I played really great. So I hope I continue also in the Speed Championship. Try to qualify because it's in my city, Paris.
That's right. We need to see you at the live finals.
Yeah, I will try.
Very nice. Alireza, thank you for your time. Obviously, congratulations. Must be an exhausting event, so I won't take more of your time. But this is your Bullet Chess champion, Alireza, Firouzja, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
And we are going to take a look, guys, at the bracket just one final time. We can see that Alireza is our entire winner of the event. He is your bullet chess champion for 2024. He won in 2021, but it's been two people dominating the top of the bullet scene when it comes to this tournament right here. Bach, it's been Alireza or it's been Hikaru. I put him on the spot there trying to get his thoughts, but I think those are definitely, he wants to include Magnus in the conversation for obvious reasons, but pretty much the best bullet players on the planet.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have Magnus play as well, but yeah, we saw some great bullet chess today. I thought Hikaru was a favorite going into this match, but that being said, I thought Firouzja was perhaps a player who could beat him, given the fact that, he can hang with Hikaru on the chessboard and definitely on the clock as well. So it was great to see Firouzja bringing his A-game and clinching it all. So, it was a lot of fun watching all of the action I'm on.
Indeed, and obviously we've been looking at the bracket, but let's take a look at the standings in a different format where we can see what all these competitors did, what they achieved, and what prizes they will be walking away with. Of course, Alireza Firouzja at the top, a cool $20,000. He said he was exhausted. Well, maybe he can have a nice nap and massage, use some of that 20K towards some rehabilitation. Hikaru, second place, and Daniel Naroditsky, third place. That's your podium. You can see all of the participants walking away with something.
Yeah, no, I think they're truly deserving of these nice prizes. They played us. They played some great chess. They entertained us for the last couple of games. We saw great matches, comebacks, left and forth, back and forth, crazy time scrambles. And Aman, Bullet, it's been incredible to watch this event.
It really has. We're getting to the end of an exhausting day. Alireza said it's a lot of chess, but you know what? He's a showman. He's a competitor. We're here to watch, and I was thoroughly entertained. Bach, your final thoughts on today, the winner of the event, and maybe the tournament as a whole?
I think we could not ask for a better final day, Aman. It really had everything, starting even from the loser semifinals all the way to the grand final reset. And so, I just want to thank you, Aman, for being a great co-host, and all the people in the chat. And hey, maybe you want to have the final words?
Well, the chat, we couldn't do without the chat. Otherwise, it'd just be you and me yapping to nobody. So hope everyone, very turbulent day. Obviously, some emotional up and downs for us, the chat, the players, but I think it was a lot of fun. Take it or leave it. We had the Bullet Chess Championship wrap up today. So that's going to be all from us in the commentary booth. The Speed Chess Championship is kind of the next marquee event on the docket. So stay tuned for that. There will be coverage, of course, but we're going to say goodbye for now. That is the 2024 Bullet Chess Championship wrapped up, and your winner, Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja. Bye for now.
This event is going to be crazy. That if you have a need for speed, you're in the right place. My goodness.
Oh, Praggnanandhaa is queen.
Oh my gosh.
It's again winning for black.
Is this checkmate? Queen of 7. Queen of 7 was winning. Queen of 7 was made.
But how do you... Oh, he hangs the queen with check. And he hangs another one with check.
Unfortunately, a rook is going to come off the board right now.
That's it. And Danya takes a 4-point lead with less than a minute on the clock.
Very, very good at converting. It's the...
Bishop takes F7 and 95. Wow. Is he going to convert against Hikaru?
Thanks, Juan. Thanks, Hala. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Hala. See you, man.
Just queen.
Just
queen.
There's nothing. Second queen. And there's H1. Is queen H1?
This is insane. He's doing a tremendous job here. But 1 second. No, it's not enough. Wow. Oh, it is.
Wow.
I don't know if he's gonna get it done. No, Hikaru, wow, saves the draw. I thought Danya was gonna flag him for sure, and both players smiling. But Sam also has his pawns on the king. Ooh.
Wow.
C6. C6 is coming super fast. Sam is clinching the match. He is upset.
He made so many comebacks. 8 seconds, way more time than he needs.
Oh, but he still mates him. Nah, but I feel like the moves for Firouzja are easier now. Just move the rook, push the pawn. Firouzja's gonna move on.
There's no way that a guy can lose who shows up to a match when his preparation is reading a book.
He is so fast, and he is already winning on the board here. Wow, but Firouzja, no, wow, that's a nice rook maneuver, and he gets the queen. Okay, Danya's gonna be up by 3. And g4, great move. He's gonna take another game. King g4, that's it. And Firouzja, for the first time in the match, takes the lead.
C3,
I think,
rook
yeah.
c5. Oh, now he's got that.
Danya wins a 3rd game in a row to tie up the match.
They just go on like insane streaks.
I mean, 8 seconds should still be, yeah, enough moves to get the 50 moves in. And Firouzja moves on to the final. Do you think people agree that he's the best bullet player in the world?
Yeah, I don't think anyone, even
Oh,
Magnus,
94, there goes the rook!
we have to work on our timing about calling Hikaru the best bullet player. Yeah, draw.
What is going on?
What's
Right, what was that? Wait, but Hikaru...
What did we just witness?
And this one might... Oh, there goes the rook and e1. What is Hikaru doing?
That's 7 wins out of the last 8 games.
He's still up on time, but Firouzja the fat... Oh, what the... Why pre-move that? Wait, bishop h3. And he goes for it. Crucial game for Hikaru. No, rook b2, GG. a2, yep. Rook b1. Alright, so Firouzja takes the lead. I think Hikaru should just resign. But his king is so solid on e8, and now he's going after the white king. And Hikaru just resigns?
There is your bullet chess champion, Alireza Firouzja.